Thank you, Cole. Joining us on the stage now will be Anthony Loubet, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join with me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So now for one item of business I want to do here. Sometimes we often forget to recognize those who are I wouldn't say most important, but who deserve recognition among us. So are there any veterans, first responders, police, everyone? Would you please stand and be recognized? We're going to deviate from the program just slightly here. We're going to we have a tribute to all of you, and we'd like to bring Cole Hartley back on for a quick song to honor each and every one of you.
How we doing, Utah? All right. You know what? I think you guys can do better than that. How we doing, Utah? Yeah. That's what we like to hear for our veterans. So this song I'm going to play, I wrote this with a buddy of mine. His name's Eric Lee. We wrote this out in Nashville last year over Memorial Day weekend, and this is called One Flag. Well, everyone's got something that they believe in, a different background they grew up with, and tell them their own stories, their days of glory, the ups and downs, the ins and outs of stuff they're mourning. Oh, say, can you see better times are rolling in? We might see things different, but let me tell you, my friend, well, there's one flag in this country that waves for everybody, trying to make it through the week to the weekend, trying to find a little love and catch some feelings. There's more we've got in common that we forget too often. United we cannot fall. Yeah, there's one flag waving for us all. Well, there's more heroes than there are villains. All of us are God's children. We've all got things to be proud of, and we've all got things we're working on. So come on, y'all, and sing along. There's one flag in this country that waves for everybody, trying to make it through the week to the weekend, trying to find a little love and catch some feelings. There's more we've got in common that we forget too often. United we cannot fall. Yeah, there's one flag waving for us all. If you're proud to be an American, Utah, let me hear you get loud. Yeah. And even though we might be singing about the red, the white, the blue, anywhere you are in the world now, this song right here's for you. 'Cause there's one flag in this country that waves for everybody, Trying to make it through the week to the weekend. Trying to find a little love and catch some feelings. There's more we've got in common that we forget too often. United we can fall. Man, there's one flag waving for us all. Yeah, there's one flag waving for us all. If you guys like that song, you can find that on all streaming platforms, Spotify, iTunes, Apple, wherever you find music, you can find that under my name, Cole Hartley. Yeah, there's one flag waving for us all. Thank you to our veterans. We love you guys.
Thank you, Cole. Appreciate that. All right, everybody. Now to many people's favorite part of the meeting, county roll call. Is everybody ready? Salt Lake County generally has an advantage to this, so everybody's going to have to step up a little bit. All right, Beaver County. There you. Box Elder County. Cache County. Carbon County. Daggett County. Oh yeah, Davis County. Woo. Duchesne County. There they are. Emory County. Garfield County. Grand County. All right, Iron County. Juab County. Kane County. Millard County. Morgan County, Paiute County, Rich County, Salt Lake County. All right, that's not fair. San Juan County. All right, now Sanpete County, don't let me down. Sevier County, Summit County, Tooele County, Uinta, Utah County, okay, we're going to try something here. Salt Lake County, would you like to respond? Utah County, how about her? Woo! Wasatch County, Washington County, Wayne County, and Weber County. Thank you, all of our counties, for joining us here today. We're glad you're all here. With that, I am going to turn the stage over to a good friend of mine, Mike Lee.
Hello, Utah GOP! I absolutely love this crowd, and I love you for your service and your willingness to do what you do. Thanks for getting elected, and thanks for being here. A minute ago, I was standing backstage, and I heard my name called, so I realized it must be time for me to come out. But it really is an honor and a privilege today to introduce you to someone who I met nearly 12 years ago, back when he was first seeking election to the U.S. House of Representatives from the state of Florida. Ever since then, I've gotten to know this guy, and I've really come to like him. He shares so many values. Just as the state of Florida and the state of Utah have chosen similar paths in so many respects to stand up for freedom in the face of tyranny. You know, it's a good thing, right? I've long said that within our federal system, our Constitution requires that most power be reserved to the states, except for those things that are articulated in the Constitution. And so it's important always to make sure that we recognize those states that do it particularly well. I'll be the first to say, I think Utah handles its authority pretty darn well, and I wish our federal government did better. All states do some things well, but some states are better at it than others. And I like to think that among the ranks of Utah, Florida comes pretty darn close to doing things right. He stood up to tyranny. He stood up to his own form of the deep state that existed for a long time in Florida, taking steps to weed it out. I appreciate his efforts. And ever since I first met him back in 2011, I've appreciated his friendship and his commitment to the greatness of our country. And so I want to make two introductions right now. First, I'm going to introduce Governor DeSantis to Utah's secret weapon in protecting liberty and defeating tyranny. That's you. And I now introduce to you my friend, the governor of the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
Well, hello, Utah. I bring greetings from the free state of Florida. I want to thank Senator Lee for standing for our Constitution. Sometimes that's a very lonely task when you're in Washington, D.C. nowadays. I also want to thank the Governor Cox, Attorney General Reyes. I think we've got some members of our congressional delegation, the leaders of the state legislature. It was so good to visit with all of you. You know, when Utah was first settled in 1847, the Salt Lake Valley was a cold, barren desert. The settlers were seeking religious liberty. They had a vision, and they went to work. And probably people wouldn't have predicted, but if you fast forward to today, I can say, as an objective observer, by any metric, Utah is one of the best governed, best performing states in these United States. You have a sound economy. You promote a good business environment. You stress the importance of education. You have fiscal and budgetary stability, and you have safe communities. And I think underlying the success of Utah has been a commitment to freedom. Like Florida, Utah proves that freedom works. Now, over the last few years since I've been governor, people have looked to Florida for leadership in a variety of different ways. I was recently visiting with some folks in Iowa, and people said, you know, Iowa, they're really the Florida of the Midwest with all the conservative stuff they're doing. Well, let me just tell you, maybe it's the little secret, but it might just be that Florida is the Utah of the Southeast. I'm just saying. But you should feel fortunate to live here, just as I'm fortunate to live and work in the state of Florida, because throughout our country, we're engaged in a battle to preserve the cause of liberty. Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is one generation away from extinction, that it's not passed along in the bloodstream. It must be cultivated and fought for. And I must say, for most of my life, when I would hear that quote, I thought it was a good quote, but I thought it was a little bit much. I thought it was hyperbole. We are Americans, After all, isn't freedom in our DNA? Isn't this something that just runs as a matter of course? But I think if you've looked what's happened over the last few years, I don't think anybody could have lived through this experience where we saw churches forcibly shuttered in states that allowed liquor stores and strip clubs to operate, where we saw people's freedoms come under attack like never before. Freedom is fragile. Freedom can be squandered. And so we are proud of earning the moniker of the free state of Florida, but this is not something that was preordained. And we came very close to taking a much different path. When I got elected governor in 2018, it was by 32,000 votes. Over 8 million votes had been cast in that election. It was less than 0.5% for a victory margin. And in reality, that was not out of the ordinary for Florida elections. If you look the previous decade in president elections, governor elections, 2010 all the way to 2018, all those races, 1-point margins, one direction or the other. And so I'm coming into a situation where the state is viewed as evenly balanced politically, swing state, and I was told, listen, don't rock the boat. Keep your head down. You may not want to make waves going in there because you may upset this political balance that we have in the state of Florida, and if you make some wrong moves, you'll upset it in the favor of the Democrats, and then you'll tip the state to them. And I understood that, and honestly, it was not crazy advice, but I rejected that advice. My view was I may have earned half the vote, but that entitled me to wield 100% of the executive power, and I intended to use that authority to advance conservative policies and to help my state. We would do that by governing on the basis of conviction, not putting our finger in the wind and trying to get ahead of wherever public opinion may be blowing. I said going in, and to this day it's true, we have never taken a single poll about any issue about telling me what to do as governor. I don't think you govern by polls. A leader is not captive to what a poll may say. A leader gets ahead of public opinion. A leader sets out a vision, executes the vision, and delivers results. And guess what? When you do that, people follow you and they have your back. We also understood that you could have the best ideas in the world as an executive. You can make the best decisions in the world. You can have a great policy agenda. But if you don't have a cadre of people serving in your administration who share that agenda and are going to put the interests of the state and the community ahead of whatever personal agenda or personal interest they're bringing, then none of it's going to amount to very much, because those are the folks that have to carry out the vision. And so we told people, if you're bringing anything else to this job other than what's in the best interests of the people of Florida and to satisfy the promises we made to them, then pack your bags right now. You have no place in this administration. We're not doing drama. We're not doing palace intrigue. We are focused on executing our agenda day after day, week after month, year after year. And guess what? Because we've had that focus on the purpose of being there, we've been able to accomplish more than anybody's able to accomplish in Florida history. Part of the reason we did that is because I said I'm not going to be like some of these Republicans. They get into office and they're like potted plants. They don't do anything. They wait for all this stuff to happen. Some of them don't like making decisions, because as a leader, anytime you make a decision, there's going to be people that like it, and then there's going to be some people that don't. So one way not to alienate anyone is just not to do anything. But that's not leadership. So we said, so I made the judgment, we are going on offense. I am going to be leaning into issues. I am not going to wait for issues to come to me. I'm not going to let the left define the terms of the debate. I'm not going to let the media determine the narrative. We are going to create it through our actions. And too many Republicans are worried that if you stand strong, that the left will attack you or the media will attack you. Of course they're going to attack you. If they're not attacking me, then I must not be doing my job right. Don't worry about what they say. And the final thing I said is, and Mike had mentioned, I served as a U.S. congressman for a short time. I have recovered from that experience, mind you, don't worry. And it's an important job. There's a lot of important jobs. But being executive is a little bit different because, yes, you got to be right on policy. You got to do all those things. But you got to be a leader. It really calls for exercising leadership. And to me, leadership is having the courage to make difficult decisions in the teeth of opposition and criticism. A leader must have the confidence to stand all alone if need be. And so for us, as I got into office, COVID presented that situation for us because we were in a situation, the third largest state in the country, one of the highest percentage of elderly, economy based on tourism, which we needed travel to continue. So this situation was an existential threat to our state. But I made the judgment, leaders take the bull by the horns and make the decisions for themselves. They don't subcontract out their leadership to health bureaucrats like Dr. Fauci. We made sure to do what we thought was right. And when we were doing that, a lot of those decisions were very, very lonely. No governor in this country was attacked more relentlessly during now too, but certainly during then, than me. And I'll tell you, I had a lot of my supporters and friends that were saying, man, they are just killing you. I know you think you're doing the right thing, but you need to maybe trim your sails a little bit here because politically you may not be able to recover if they keep filleting you like this. And my view is a leader is going to put the interests of the people he represents above his own political interests. You got to be more concerned with saving the jobs of the people you represent than in protecting your own job. So I was totally willing to let the chips fall where they may, knowing that we did the right thing. And in hindsight, now people look back, and most of the people that opposed what we were doing, to have businesses open, kids in school, the whole 9 yards, they act like they supported what we did all along, but they didn't. But we stood strong, and Florida is better as a result of our leadership during that time. So fast forward 4 years. We came in with 32,000 vote margin. Stand for election in November of 22. We don't win by half a percentage point or 32,000 votes. We win re-election by over 1.5 million votes, the highest percentage of the vote that any Republican has ever achieved in a governor's race in Florida. We were able to do well across the board and across demographics. We won over 60% of the Hispanic vote. We won independent voters by 18 percentage points. We were able to win women voters by 8 percentage points, and we took previously blue urban counties like Miami-Dade and flipped those counties red for the first time in a long time. But it's not just about me. I was leading the ticket, but I had a responsibility to make sure everybody running on our Republican ticket had support and was able to get into office in the races that we were competitive in. And so we helped both houses of our state legislature, and we helped people running for school board throughout the state of Florida. We now have supermajorities in the Florida legislature in both houses, and of the 34 school board races we helped, 29 conservative school board members won their race, and they are now serving and making a difference in our schools. November's election and the results made it so that starting in January, for the first time since the era of the Civil War, there is not one single solitary Democrat elected to statewide office in the Sunshine State. And I can quote an article that was in one of the corporate media outlets titled this, quote, "There's no plan, there's nothing. Florida Democrats in despair about the future." That is what you call Republicans winning when that happens. So at the end of the day, we were able to do that because Florida voters responded to our efforts. They saw that Florida was leading the way on so many different issues, and the results have been incredible. Florida is #1 in the nation for net in-migration since I've been governor. We are currently the fastest growing state in the United States. We rank #1 for new business formations. We rank #1 in tourism, #1 in economic freedom, although Utah probably gives us a run for the money on that. #1 in education freedom, #1 in parental involvement in education. And I think that's because we lead not merely with words, but with deeds. You know, politics is not entertainment. It's not about building a brand. It's not about virtue signaling on social media. It is about delivering results. And our record in Florida of producing results has been second to none. Just since the election in November, we have already done the following. We enacted a 50% reduction in tolls for Florida commuters throughout our state, largest toll relief in history. We've enacted universal education savings accounts so we will remain #1 in school choice across the country. We have stood for life by enacting the heartbeat bill in the state of Florida. We have stood for the Second Amendment by enacting constitutional carry. We have formally stripped Disney of its self-governing status. And we fortified our newly instituted statewide Office of Election Crimes and Election Fraud so that we can hold people who violate our election laws accountable for their fraud. And over the next 3 or 4 weeks, because our legislature is still in session, they will enact legislation that I will sign to do the following. We are going to kneecap ESG in the state of Florida. And we're leading a group of 18 states that are pushing back, so we're not the only ones. We are also going to be the first state in the country to eliminate DEI at all our public universities. Gone. We're going to prohibit land purchases by entities controlled or related to the CCP. We are going to prohibit the implementation in Florida of any central bank digital currency. We're going to enact the largest tax relief in the history of the state of Florida, which is going to include permanent sales tax exclusion on all baby items. So newborns come, parents don't have to pay tax on cribs, strollers, clothes, wipes, diapers, none of it. Raise your kids tax-free. We are going to enact protections for Floridians against Biden's border crisis and illegal immigration that are some of the strongest measures in the country. And while we've already done this through our medical board, and it's sad that we have to do this, and I know Utah has had to do, we are going to prohibit for minors gender surgeries and puberty blockers. We're going to take the protections that we enacted for so many people during COVID, such as you should not lose your job based on your choice about whether to take an mRNA shot. School children cannot be mandated to take the COVID jab. And you should never have these things imposed on you. So we are making all those protections permanent, and we are expanding them, and so we will have the strongest protections for medical freedom anywhere in the country, and we're proud of that. We are going to enact the largest increase in teacher salaries in the history of Florida, but we're going to do it in a way where the money only goes to the teachers, not to the unions. And we're going to make sure Florida remains tough on crime. We are going to take these people who are dealing fentanyl to our youth, and we are going to treat them like the murderers that they are. Not bad for 4 or 5 months worth of work, right? I'm just saying, it's good stuff. But what I think Florida shows is that leadership matters and that being bold gets rewarded. When it comes to vision, when it comes to principles, when it comes to policies, the people of Utah, of Florida, and I believe of the United States, they side with us against the radical left. I mean, think about how Utah governs itself. Think about how Florida governs itself in terms of fiscal and economic policy. Now, Florida, we have no state income tax. You guys should try that sometime. I'm just saying, it's not bad. So our state of Florida now has millions of more people than the state of New York does, and yet New York's budget is twice the size of the budget of the state of Florida. But yet Florida has better roads, better services, higher performing K through 12 schools. Where is all that money going that they're taxing people so much in New York? Of course people are going to leave when they do that. We also in Florida have the second lowest debt per capita in the country. Our debt, with an economy of over $1 trillion in Florida, is $20 billion. Compare that to the federal government. The federal debt is bigger than the entire American economy, and it's getting bigger every day. We have exercised our line item veto to make sure people aren't wasting our taxpayers' dollars. Last year, I vetoed $3.3 billion out of the state budget. That's 3% of the budget. Can you imagine if they did that in Washington, D.C. and started trimming the bloat? And people understand it's because of the recklessness in Washington with the spending, with the debt, with the printing of money by the Federal Reserve, unprecedented amounts, that we've had the worst sustained inflation in our country's history. And yet, are they doing anything to address it? Of course they're not. Are they expanding domestic energy to try to put some downward pressure on inflation? No, they should. Are they trying to moderate and reduce federal spending, which would put a downward pressure on inflation? Of course not. They should. So people understand, if you want a well-managed budget, if you want a sound economy, you got to embrace conservative policies. Utah has shown that, and Florida has shown that. We've also shown that law and order works. Allowing rioting and disorder destroys communities. You see all these cities spiraling out of control over the last few years, and yet you look at Florida, our crime rate is at a 50-year low. We reject the idea of defunding law enforcement. In fact, we passed legislation in Florida saying local governments cannot defund their police. We'll put the money back in, and we're proud to stand with the men and women who wear the uniform and work to keep our communities safe. When the BLM riots broke out in 2020 in other cities across the country, I immediately mobilized the National Guard in Florida. We dispatched state law enforcement agencies, and we made it very clear, you're not burning down cities in the state of Florida, and it didn't happen. We've even done legislation to ensure that if someone does riot, if they do loot, if they do engage in mob violence, it's not going to be like they do in Portland where they take their mugshot and just slap them on the wrist. No, in Florida, you're not getting a slap on the wrist, you're getting the inside of a jail cell because we're holding you accountable. Now, that anti-rioting legislation was actually criticized by the United Nations, and so we must be on the right track if the UN is hitting us. We also reject the emergence of progressive prosecutors, usually funded by people like George Soros, who get into office and they manipulate the law to pursue ideology. They refuse to enforce laws they don't like, and they weaponize their office to advance a partisan political agenda. When we had one of those prosecutors in Tampa, in Florida, who said he was not going to abide by the laws of our state, I removed him from his post. One of the reasons we did so well in Florida is because people, particularly parents of all political stripes, they want to see the school system be used to educate kids, not to indoctrinate kids. We've enacted legislation to protect the rights of parents, to direct the education and upbringing of their kids. Parents need to have a role in the schools. They need to have access to the curriculum that's being used in the schools. And we've had a number of parents use our transparency legislation to object to books that have pornography in it in schools. And they object, and it gets taken out. And the left and the media, they try to say that's, quote, banning books. And so we did an event, and I titled it Exposing the Book Ban Hoax. And before we did the press conference, I played a video that basically had pictures of all the books that the parents had objected to. The local news who was covering that cut their feed because they said it was too graphic. If it's too graphic for the 6 o'clock news, how is it okay for a 9-year-old student? These kids deserve a sound education, and we in Florida fight anybody who's seeking to rob them of their innocence. We have also led the way by eliminating critical race theory in our K through 12 schools. We're not teaching kids to hate our country or to hate each other with our tax dollars. No, we're going to teach kids about American civics, about our Constitution. We're going to teach them about what it means to be an American. And we are the only state in the country that has set aside one day every year for students to learn about the victims of communist regimes throughout history. We're telling the truth about Marxism and Leninism. And of course, I see these education issues through the lens of a governor, but I also see them through the lens of a dad, of a 6, a 5, and a 3-year-old. And my wife and I think most parents here and around the country, just believe that kids should be able to go to school, they should be able to watch cartoons, they should just be able to be kids without having somebody's agenda shoved down their throat. It is wrong for a teacher to tell a young student that they were born in the wrong body or that their gender is a choice. And we made sure that we clarified that in Florida law. The left didn't like that much. A lot of the media didn't like that much. Disney didn't like that much. But you know, they don't run the state of Florida. We run the state of Florida, and we are going to do what's right for the children of Florida. And when it came to having to deal with this one company that had basically run the state for 50 years, that actually operated its own government, can you imagine that? With no accountability, was exempt from laws that everybody else had to follow. That arrangement did not work for us in Florida. We are not going to allow massive corporate welfare, period, but especially for a company that is going down the road of having gender ideology in elementary school. So we said that was wrong, and we removed the self-governing status after almost 60 years. We stood up for what was right. And I mentioned we have the bill coming down the pike for higher education. This idea of DEI, they say it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. In reality, it's a Trojan horse to try to impose a left-wing ideological agenda on our universities and on the students. How it's really practiced, DEI, it's really discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination, and that has no part in our public system. The people believe with us that the rule of law matters and that our borders and our national sovereignty matters. They don't want open borders. They don't want to see fentanyl pouring across the country in such numbers that we had over 105,000 overdose deaths last year alone, the majority caused by fentanyl. They don't want criminal aliens coming across the border, and they certainly don't want people, as has happened, coming across the border who are on our own government's terrorist watch list. And in Florida, we have sent people to help Texas, to help fortify the border. We have banned sanctuary cities in the state of Florida. And if you go down there, you realize, because we've got a lot of good people working there, there's never going to be enough manpower alone. You need to construct a wall along the southern border. It needs to get done. And here's what I can tell you. We had a hurricane come through Florida, very powerful, almost Category 5 in September, Hurricane Ian, and it really battered southwest Florida, including taking out a bridge from the mainland to Pine Island, and then severing the causeway from the mainland to Sanibel Island in 3 different places. Now, those were not state bridges. There's not things we controlled. The local community was being told it's going to take 6 months to be able to restore connectivity to the islands, and that would have caused the islands to die. So they came to me and they said, Governor, can you help? I'm like, I'll help. I'm like, all right. So I got my guys together. I said, listen, no red tape, no bureaucracy, no excuses. Just get it done. And so Pine Island, they didn't have to wait 6 months. We took the job over, reopened the bridge in 3 days. And we did Sanibel 2 weeks later. And I raise that just because I am willing to send my Florida guys to the southern border to build the wall. So Joe, send us in, put us in, we'll get it done. The people side with us on believing that we need an economy and businesses that are focused on their core missions, not corporations pursuing a woke agenda with shareholder assets. We reject ESG. We reject woke banking. We're not going to let these massive companies do an end run around our constitutional system by trying to do through the business sphere what they could never get through the medium of elections. People will not vote for you if you're attacking domestic energy. They will not vote for you if you're attacking Second Amendment rights or religious freedom. So don't let them go around the constitutional system. Don't let them change our culture or change our policies through the whims of people who may be very wealthy but have never been elected to anything. And so we believe that ESG and the like is fundamentally wrong, and we need to stop the woke from taking over our economy. We also need the restoration of true constitutional government. And I think when people look to see how the federal bureaucracy operates, it is an unaccountable, weaponized Leviathan. You know, when Ronald Reagan came on the scene, he used to joke that the most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And while what he was saying was true, a lot of the excess we saw in those days was rooted in central planning run amok. These were people that said you could end poverty by waging a war on poverty. They ended up doing policies that made it worse, and they ended up holding our country back. And that was true then. It's still true now. But I think now you have government power being used much sharper. I think it's weaponized, and it tends to be mobilized and weaponized against people that the ruling class doesn't like. So, for example, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, the IRS mobilized its power to target conservative nonprofit groups across the country. Just last year, 2 years ago, CMS issued a rule that said nurses and doctors who did not take the COVID jab would lose their jobs. Congress never voted on that. There was never a debate about that. They were unilaterally making a decision as an unaccountable bureaucracy that you should not be able to put food on your table if you don't bend the knee and do what they told you. And of course, we've seen the FBI send people to surveil school board meetings in Northern Virginia. So this government is unaccountable to you. It's unaccountable to people throughout our country, and it needs to be put in its proper place. So I know the people side with us on these issues because the last many years have been a test of where the people stand on all these issues. You have seen people flood jurisdictions or flee jurisdictions controlled by leftist politicians imposing leftist ideology, and they go to places like Utah, like Texas, like Florida to seek greener pastures. In fact, this great American exodus, Florida has served as the promised land of sanity, a place where freedom would reign supreme and where they could live productive lives. I have to watch election results in other parts of the country because, like Chicago, they just elected someone even more left. I can tell you I'm going to see more people moving to Naples as a result of that election. That's just the way it works. The reason why people are fleeing is because these states and cities have embraced faddish ideology at the expense of enduring principles. They've harmed public safety by coddling criminals and attacking the men and women of law enforcement. They've imposed unreasonable burdens on taxpayers, all to finance unfathomable levels of public spending. They have harmed education by locking kids out of school and by subordinating the interests of students and parents to partisan interest groups and to ideological indoctrination. And of course, especially during COVID, they imposed medical authoritarianism, restrictions and mandates that were not about your health. It was about their ability to control your behavior, and it was wrong. The common thread to all this, what's motivating this philosophically, is what I call the woke mind virus. It's a form of cultural Marxism that tries to divide us based on identity politics. It represents an attack on merit and achievement, and it constitutes a war on the truth. Don't tell me that babies are born racist. Don't tell me that men can get pregnant. That is not true, and I will not accept that as being true. We reject the woke ideology. We will not allow truth, reality, and facts to become optional. We understand this as a threat, though, not just in the halls of the legislature, but throughout our society. So yes, we will fight the woke in the legislature. We will fight the woke in the schools. We will fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. We've made the state of Florida the place where woke goes to die. And we have no choice because the left in this country is playing for keeps. And as I look ahead to 2024, I believe the Democrats are able to sweep the offices again, win the presidency in both houses of Congress. They will seek to pack the U.S. Supreme Court, abolish the Electoral College, make Washington, D.C. a state, and eliminate voter ID in every jurisdiction in this country. Now, say what you want about that agenda. I think we all think that's a bad agenda. But objectively, that is not an agenda that American families are sitting around their dinner table talking about. Oh, if we can just ban voter ID, we'd be so much better off as a family. No, they're talking about schools. They're talking about crime. They're talking about the economy, inflation, groceries. That's what they're concerned about. No, that's an agenda where the left is trying to make the conservative part of the country second-class citizens. They don't want us to have an adequate voice in the affairs of our country. So in times like these, there is no substitute for victory. Republicans need to shake the culture of losing that has developed in recent years. The time for excuses is over. We must get it done. I'm confident that if the election in 24 is a referendum on Joe Biden's failures, and if we as Republicans provide a fresh vision for American revival, then Republicans will win all across the country. But we can't get distracted and we can't afford to lose because freedom is on the ballot, and nobody appreciated the fragility of freedom more than our nation's founding fathers. When they went to Philadelphia in 1787 to craft the Constitution, they did so after having studied the history of every republic and the history of mankind, because they wanted to draw lessons about what had been done and see if they could take from those lessons things that would be applicable to the American experiment. and they really only found one thing that all those republics had in common throughout history, and it was this: every one of them had failed. And so they understood it fell to the United States of America to determine, could people really govern themselves? Could you have a society rooted in the idea that our rights are God-given, not given as a courtesy of the government? That the government should operate on the basis of the rule of law, not the rule of individual men? Or was mankind forever destined to live under various forms of despotism? And they fully expected the United States would answer that question, but they also knew that it wouldn't be something that would be as simple as just doing the Constitution. They knew that every generation would have to fight for it. When Benjamin Franklin walked out of that convention, he was stopped on the street and asked, "Dr. Franklin, what have you given us, a republic or a monarchy?" He said, "A republic, if you can keep it." You can have the best Declaration of Independence in the world, you can have the best Constitution in the world, but ultimately this requires us to stand up as free people and defend our liberties. Now, Florida is proof positive that we, the people, are not destined for failure. I believe the decline of our country is a choice. I believe success for our nation is attainable, and I definitely believe that freedom is worth fighting for. It is not easy to fight for freedom in this day of age because the threats to freedom are more complex and widespread than in past. The threats can come from an entrenched bureaucrat in D.C., a jet setter in Davos, or even a corporation wielding public power. But fight we must. We must embrace our founding creed that our rights are not granted by the courtesy of the state, but are a gift from Almighty God. We must reject the idea that self-government can be subcontracted out to technocratic elites and bureaucrats who reduce human beings to mere data points. We must insist on the restoration of time-tested constitutional principles so that government of, by, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Florida has led, Utah has led in preserving what the founder of our country called the sacred fire of liberty. This is a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish a nation conceived in liberty. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned among the boys who stormed the beaches of Normandy to liberate a continent and to free the world. It's a fire that infused a young preacher's dream, relayed at the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, that the Declaration of Independence says what it meant and meant what it said, that all men are created equal. It's the fire that burned when a resolute president stood at the foot of the Berlin Wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall," staring down the communists and ending the Cold War. So it's our responsibility to carry this torch. It's not a responsibility we should run from. It's a responsibility we should welcome. It will not be easy. Leadership is not cost-free. The left will come loaded for bear. But I also think the sacrifices we are supposed to make and are called upon to make pale in comparison to so many sacrifices that people have made throughout American history. When I would fly to Washington, D.C. as a U.S. congressman, we would sometimes take a route going in to Reagan Airport that was flush parallel to the National Mall. So if you looked out the left side of the plane, you saw beautiful vistas of the Lincoln Memorial, the reflecting pool, the Washington Monument, up on the hill perched the U.S. Capitol building, and you'd think, man, this is really inspiring. This is kind of the ideals that made our country great, to see those monuments like that, and the tourists loved it. As I started to do that several times, I started looking out the other side of the plane, and it occurred to me that those were really where the best monuments for our country were. Now, when you're looking out the right side of the plane, you're looking over the Potomac River. You're seeing monuments that are very nondescript, very discreet, arranged, very orderly over rolling hills in a place called Arlington National Cemetery. And it occurred to me that those are the most important monuments because it doesn't matter what the ideals of a Lincoln or a Jefferson or a Washington were. It doesn't matter how great of a leaders they were. None of that stuff ultimately can stand the test of time unless you have people that are willing, when called, to put on that uniform, stand on that wall, risk their lives, and indeed, in many cases, give that last full measure of devotion. So let's honor their sacrifice through our hard work. We are not called upon to give sacrifices that level. We are merely called upon to be on our guard. We're called to stand firm. We're called to be courageous. And we are called to be strong. We're proud of what we've accomplished in the state of Florida. But I can tell you this, I've only begun to fight. Thank you all. Great to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless Utah. So great to be with you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Thanks.
I was going to say here for Governor DeSantis, but I don't think you need any encouragement. Thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your time. I know you're on a busy schedule lately, so thank you very much. Thank you all for being great. This is going to be an excellent day. Back to the order of business. Right now, we are going to hear from some of our very own. First, we are going to hear from Governor Cox. Then we're going to hear from Speaker Brad Wilson. Then we're going to hear from Senate President Stuart Adams, and then our Lieutenant Governor, Deidre Henderson. Governor Cox.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess we're using this one. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's so great to have my good friend Governor DeSantis with us from the great state of Florida, or Utah of the Southeast, as he said. There's a couple things I just want to share with you briefly this morning. First of all, several months ago, I asked all of you to pray for water. And we were mocked for that. But let me just tell you that there were two miracles that occurred. The first miracle was not the incredible snow and rain that we received. The first miracle was that the people of the state of Utah conserved 10 billion gallons of water. That is the first miracle. The second miracle was this incredible record-shattering snowfall that we've received. And I want to thank you for taking your time to volunteer, to fill sandbags, to help our neighbors. That is the Utah way. Thank you for praying. Thank you for showing your faith through your works. It's a powerful combination, works and faith. Now, we just finished a legislative session, an incredible 45-day legislative session. Will you please join me in giving our legislators a round of applause? Now, if I could describe this legislative session in just a couple words or phrases, it would be this: empowering parents and protecting children and families. That's what we accomplished. Now, before I became governor, the largest tax cut in our state's history was $225 million. My first year as governor, we cut $100 million in taxes. My second year, $200 million, and this year, over $800 million in tax cuts. Number two, this legislative session, we were able to obtain record funding for education and became one of the first states in the country to empower families with school choice. Number three, we passed some of the most comprehensive abortion reform in our state's history. We believe in protecting life, all life. In Utah, we value life. Now, you see, we understand here that our unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness do not come from government. They come from on high. We, the people, hold the power, and government is formed to protect those rights. Unfortunately, too many in Washington, D.C. do not understand that. Now, I've lost track of the number of lawsuits that we have filed with Attorney General Reyes against the current administration, but I will tell you, we are leading the fight against ESG. Utah is at the forefront. Number two, we are not going to allow the Biden administration to shut down our power plants and impact our grid. And number three, when this administration attempted to remove members of the National Guard who had not gotten the COVID vaccine, I led fellow Republican governors to push back, and we got that rule repealed. So our National Guardsmen can continue to serve. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let me end here. Research has shown that there are 4 components to true happiness. Those 4 components are this: faith, family, friendships, and work that serve other people. We understand that here in the state of Utah more than anywhere else. We should be the happiest people on earth. I am a conservative Republican. I'm proud to represent you, and I'm here to say I'm not angry about it. We are so happy. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your sacrifice. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Governor Cox. Please welcome to the stage current House Speaker Brad Wilson.
Hey everyone, thank you. Thank you for being here. Good morning. I am honored to be with you today, and I want to thank you for all that you do and have done to stand up for conservative values and to ensure that Utah stays red, and also for providing a model so that Florida can be the Utah of the Southeast. Don't we want to do that, right? So, hey, just for a second, I'd like all of you to think about one word that would describe the state of our country today. There was a recent poll that found that the most common responses to that question were divided, conflicted, chaos, and mess. And I would like to know what has happened to words like freedom, hope, optimism, and opportunity. Unfortunately, 2,000 miles to the east of us is a place that is far more interested in playing politics than solving problems. DC's model of distraction and inaction has spread like wildfire across these 50 supposedly United States. And while Washington focuses on social and political issues that are threatening our individual liberty and our economic prosperity, Utah, in a very different way, is looking to the future with an eye of optimism. Here in our state, we remain rooted in who we are, rooted in conservative values of hard work, sacrifice, and personal responsibility. These are things that DC could learn from the Beehive State. President Biden's recently released budget includes $4.7 trillion, that is with a T, in new taxes. I agree. And that tax hike comes on top of Washington's skyrocketing spending, out of control money printing policies, and recklessly rising interest rates. And all of us here in this state, hardworking Utahns, are paying the price. Here in Utah, we know that the secret to a strong and family-friendly economy is to allow you to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket instead of in government coffers. And to that extent, the Republicans in the House and Senate just cut your taxes again. We cut your income taxes. We cut your gas taxes. We increased the tax credit for seniors on Social Security. We doubled the dependent exemption. In the last 5 years, we have cut your taxes over $1 billion. Other states are not doing that, with just a few exceptions. If DC does not understand that tax dollars belong to the people, Utah will show them. You know, there are few things that are more important than our children. And who knows our children best? Well, it is definitely not DC. And in fact, it is not government at all. Parents should choose the school and the education path that best fits their child. And that's why Utah just became the first state in the country to pass school choice legislation with a super majority vote. You know, our students and teachers in Utah are among the best in the nation, and we know it. And we will provide our kids with a remarkable education. But if DC doesn't understand its place out of the classroom, Utah will show them. You know, let's talk about something else. DC sits back and gawks at claims of election fraud and conspiracy, while on the other hand, Utah acts. We know that without safe and secure elections, that democracy stands at risk. And while Utah has some of the safest and most reliable elections in the nation, it does not mean that we can turn a blind eye. We cannot turn a blind eye to rare opportunities for improvement. So after this legislative session, with bills we've passed, an audit will occur after every election cycle. If DC's not going to act on election integrity, Utah will show them. Fellow Republicans, democracy is a series of choices. And as Republicans, we have tough choices to make. We have argued with each other, we've talked over one another, and we've fought with one another. But that tactic, we all know it is ending now. The Republican Party, we are more than that. We are stepping up. We are coming together. As conservative Utahns, we know what it takes to keep America moving forward. Our results prove it. Our potential is unlimited. Our future is bright in this state, and I would not trade places with any other state in this nation. I am proud to be a Republican, and I am even more proud to be a lifelong Utahn. Utah, Republicans, and America do not need more DC. And that in part is why I'm actually exploring a run for the U.S. Senate. Washington needs to be more like Utah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping Utah red. Have a great day.
Thank you, Speaker Wilson. Next to the stage, we have our current President of the Senate, Mr. Stuart Adams.
Isn't it great to live in Utah? Don't you love Governor DeSantis? It was great to be here with him. But, you know, even Governor DeSantis, he knows who's the best state in the nation. What state is that? Utah. And it's not great because of us elected officials. We do a lot of things. You've heard about all the regulatory policy and the tax policy we put in place. But Utah is great because of the citizens. Utah is great because of the delegates. Utah is great because of your service. Thank you for your service, and thank you for being here today. It's great to be with you, and it's great to be here in this, with great conservative members and delegates. I appreciate you taking the time to serve. You know, Governor DeSantis talked about COVID. We manage our affairs well in Utah. Back in 2020, it's hard to remember what things were going on in 2020, but we shut down basically our state. Speaker Wilson and I did something that that we've never done in the history of the state of Utah. We called ourselves back into special session. We put together a committee to actually figure out COVID. We did something that we led the nation. We opened up our businesses May 1, 2020. We were the first state in the nation to open up our restaurants, gyms. We opened up non-emergency medical care. We had people sitting at home having appendicitis, with ruptured appendicitis, not knowing whether they had to go to the doctor or not. We opened up our economy May 1, 2020. And then there was a poll done. University of Illinois did a poll. They looked at what state managed their affairs well during COVID. They looked at three metrics: education, the economy, and they looked at not only the economy, they looked at the medical care. Our case fatality rate in Utah was 0.00495. We were one of the lowest states in the nation. They looked at our economy. Our economy, again, is one of the best economies in the nation. And they looked at how we handled our kids' education. Our kids had less problems and because they stayed in-person education. We led the nation on all three metrics. It's great to be in Utah. Now, 2 weeks ago, what happened? We had, again, another good conservative group of economists look at, and they do every year, rich states, poor states, look at what state leads the nation every year. They look at all 50 states, which state has the best economic outlook. Economists like Steve Moore, Art Laffer. Art Laffer helped President Reagan with his tax cuts, and he helped President Trump with his tax cut, and Jonathan Williams. They looked at all 50 states. Which state did they pick has the best economic outlook? Utah, you're right. For the Utah, but not only Utah, but for the 16th year in a row, it was Utah. Attorney General Reyes thinks we ought to put 16 banners in the rotunda to show 16 years of Utah leading the nation with economic outlook. What does that do for Utah? What does it mean for Utah? You've heard of tax cuts. In 2021, we announced the 2021 legislative session would be the year of the tax cut. It was. In 2022, we announced 2022 would be the year of the tax cut again, and it was. In 2023, we announced 2023 would be the year of the tax cut again and again and again, and it was. And I think 2024 ought to be the year of the tax cut again and again and again. What do you think? What does that, again, having the strongest economy do for the state of Utah? Not only did we cut taxes, but we funded education at 18% increase in the WPU, $1.275 million being spent on education. $2 billion being spent on infrastructure. We are the fastest growing state in the nation. The last census, Utah was the fastest growing state of all 50 states. People are leaving California, as Governor DeSantis said, they're coming to Utah. But we need to fund our infrastructure, $2 billion of infrastructure. Record spending on housing, record spending on water. We are going to fix our water problems, and we're going to lead the nation. It's great to be in Utah. I want to thank you for your service, and I want to thank you for allowing me to serve. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, President. We've lost our mics. There we go. Thank you, President Adams. We'd like to welcome to the stage our Lieutenant Governor, Deidre Henderson.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Deidre Henderson. I'm Utah's Lieutenant Governor. For the past 28 months, I've had the distinct honor of serving side by side with Governor Spencer Cox. By the way, yesterday I actually served as governor of the state for 87 minutes while Governor Cox underwent a little minor surgical procedure. On an unrelated note, don't forget to get your colonoscopies scheduled, everyone. The Cox-Henderson administration has been very busy doing what we said we would do, cutting business regulations, eliminating government barriers to opportunity, cutting taxes, protecting Second Amendment rights, increasing parental choice in education, elevating teachers, and preserving economic prosperity for all the people of Utah. And in doing this, we've traveled to every single county in the state multiple times. Not only are we working hard to empower the freedom and prosperity of Utahns and plan for future growth of our state so our families can thrive, but we also have made historic strides to address problems such as domestic violence, working with legislators to fund victim services and provide law enforcement the tools that they need to prevent domestic violence homicides. As a former state senator, now someone in the executive branch, I've seen the benefit of conservative principles everywhere I've gone around this state. I'm a Republican because I was raised to believe that the GOP's principles of limited government and personal responsibility are the best way to preserve the freedom and opportunity that we so cherish. This is a deeply held belief that goes back generations in my family. My great-grandfather, who was a staunch Republican, served as president pro tem of the Idaho State Senate back throughout the 1940s. 80 years ago, in 1943, he wrote a list of his government 10 commandments. Now, these are the values that he lived by and he governed by. These are the values that he held dearly and that were passed down to his oldest daughter, who was my grandmother, and her oldest daughter, who was my mother, and her oldest daughter, which is me. And I want to share a few of them with you. You cannot bring about prosperity by discouraging thrift. You cannot lift small men by bringing down big ones. You cannot strengthen the weak by weakening the strong. You cannot help the poor by destroying the rich. You cannot lift the wage earner by pulling down the wage payer. You cannot keep out of trouble by spending more than your income. You cannot further the brotherhood of man by inciting class hatred. You cannot build character and courage by taking away a man's initiative and independence. You cannot help men permanently by doing for them what they could and should do for themselves. These principles of my great-grandfathers are principles that I have lived by. They are the bedrock of the Republican Party. They were 80 years ago when he wrote them, and they are today. And they are the key to safeguarding the institutions of freedom and preserving the liberty, opportunity, and economic prosperity that we desire for all Utahns. Thank you.
I've lost my handy-dandy hand mic. They're going to have to fix this. Thank you very much to those, because all of you know I'm a big fan of being efficient. We're going to welcome to the stage right now Josh Daniels. He is the chairman over our elections for this event. He's going to run through a couple voting instructions, and as we're going through the voting instructions, we'll bring some more speakers while we're moving through that. And so, like I say, for the sake of efficiency, welcome to the stage Josh Daniels.
Thank you for the birthday greeting. It's Earth Day. It's my birthday. It's true. Thank you. So when you checked in and received your credential, each of you should have received a green voting card. And on that voting card is a QR code, also known as a 2D barcode. And what that will do is you scan that with your phone, and it'll take you right to your ballot. Now, those cards are unique. They're issued to you. So don't share them. Don't vote, for somebody else's card. The card that we gave you, that's your card. That's what you'll use to vote for each of the rounds of the election. So if you've not used a QR code before, I'm sure that there's somebody nearby that could probably help you. So look to your left and right and see if somebody can help you with that. If you do need voting assistance, we'll have tables on either side of the stage here where you can also vote, and also at the help desk where you credentialed. So the first ballot that is currently active is a sample ballot. It's just a presidential straw poll. So if you have favorite candidates running for president, you can go ahead and share your preferences in the presidential straw poll. For those of you that are not delegates, we have pink cards that you can also participate in the straw poll. You can't vote for the other candidates, but you can vote in the straw poll if you'd like to with a pink card. But the green card is for delegates. So go ahead and do that. Work with those around you to help if somebody doesn't know how to use a QR code. You can use anybody's phone. You can use your own phone. If you want to share a phone or a tablet with somebody, you can do that. If you want to vote down here at one of our voting stations, you can do that. And also at the help desk. So just wanted to, and then their instructions are inside your guide. So inside your program, there's also voting instructions as well. So with that, I'm sure we'll get back to the speeches, and then when it's time for balloting, we'll be opening balloting for the main election rounds.
Thanks. Okay, I hear you yelling paper ballots. I hear you. I hear you. We're going to get to that in a minute. Can we get the floor mics? But we're not debating this right now. We're simply doing a test vote, because that way, if there is any problems when we get to adopting the rules, we can go. So everybody be aware, we are not adopting paper ballots at the moment. What we are doing right now is simply testing the system while we get some of the speeches out of the way. So that way, when we get to adopting the resolution, when we get to adopting the rules and the voting system, that way we know everything's working, because if not, we have a contingency problem. And so at that point, we want to have all options open. So once again, right now we are not discussing this. We are simply having a test vote of it. Try the system, make sure it works. Then we will debate on whether or not we're using electronic ballots or paper ballots. Everybody good? Good. Okay. All right. So you all have your instructions. I wish they'd give me this back so I didn't have to bend over. Can I get my vote mic turned on? Okay, just a minute. Testing, 1, 2. Back of house, can we get the floor mics turned on, please? Point of information. I heard somebody yelling point of information.
Point of order.
Okay, where am I? Okay, point of order. Let's go there.
Chris Bartholomew, West Valley 54, Salt Lake County. We have not adopted the agenda, nor have we adopted the rules. The speeches should not be happening right now, because that is a different point in the agenda. Yes, the agenda does say they can be moved, but until the agenda is adopted, they cannot be moved. We need to adopt the agenda, we need to adopt the rules, then we can continue with the speeches.
Okay, thank you. Duly noted. Anybody else?
Point of information.
Okay, go.
We are not following the agenda.
Correct.
So we need to be able to follow the agenda.
We are working through the agenda because of time constraints for some of our people
time
who had to
constraints.
leave.
We do not want to talk about time constraints. We want to follow the agenda.
Okay, duly noted.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
All right, point of parliamentary inquiry.
So on the agenda, it has the provisions set aside for the flag resolution, as well as the proposed constitution and bylaw amendments.
Correct.
How high up can we move those on the agenda to make sure that we prioritize them and can have a quorum?
That will be done on the adoption of the agenda.
But that's my
Okay.
question. How high can we
I'm just going to make a point here, and I just want y'all to hear. You guys want to get to these, and I understand that, and I want to get to them too. But the more time we waste doing this, the more time we're going to have. Come on now. The more time we're going to have to not get to these. So let's try to move through this as quickly.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Okay, go, Bob.
If the body were to adopt paper ballots, then we wouldn't have to do this test vote.
Correct. But in the sake of interest of time, as per the agenda, the test vote is on there. So we either follow the agenda or we don't. So, test vote. Let's get through the test vote.
We are currently not following the agenda.
Okay, test vote. We're running through it. Everybody, let us complete the test vote. We will then go through the rules, we will debate ballots, and we will go on with it. Done. So everybody fill out your test vote. Just get it done. Let's be done with it, and then we can move on.
How do we do it? I know.
Point of order.
Point of order, where are we?
Right here.
There you are.
John Potter, Plymouth Precinct in Box Elder County. How are we supposed to know, without even having a credentials report given this morning, who is going to be voting and who is not?
Hey, if you'll just everybody take it easy for just a minute. We're test voting. We're not actually voting. The credentials report will come. We are simply testing the system to make sure that it works. Everybody's good.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Okay, we're going to get our credentials report. We're still working on that. We still have people credentialing, so we don't want to cut them off either. So, for the sake of time, complete the test vote. Let's move on.
I think you scan your QR code and download the virus, and then
Oh my gosh.
you know he's pretty friendly toward us in general. We don't want to burn him.
Check. Test 1, 2. Okay, I got my hand mic back.
So we're ready to do this, right? So that's an example now. Professionally printed. The Elections Commission is going to help. Yeah. They'll let us do it before, like while we're giving speaking. He said it when I want to see it. I am not willing to. We got 20 minutes of speech. Do I have to say like point of order? I'm all for it. Salt Lake County. That's right. That's okay with me. What's up? You know what's also interesting? We haven't done the party business yet. But when you take time to count paper ballots, it's a natural break to go to party business. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm on the mic. I'm going to just stay here. Get a question.
Really strange. Yeah. Oh, really? But everybody can see.
So I can't come back to the meeting. I'm right behind you.
Okay, everybody, so if you're having trouble, some people are saying they're having a little bit of trouble, please turn your Wi-Fi off and just use your cellular data when you do it. That'll fix most of your problems.
Point of order.
Where am I? Hand up. All right, let's go here.
I am not willing to subject my electronic device
Hey,
to
everybody,
a
can
foreign...
everybody quiet down, please? I can't quite hear.
I am not willing to subject my device to a foreign application for voting, and I move that we move the paper ballot.
Duly noted.
Not even for testing.
Duly noted. Okay, so we will have voting stations on the side. If you don't want to use your device, there will be a voting station here and a voting station there. So for those who do not want to use your device, you're more than welcome to use the side tables.
Because it's not just us, it's people we don't even know. I know. I know. And for DeSantis. I wonder if that was just the elected officials who wanted to make sure they got to speak.
Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our credentials chair for this convention to give us our preliminary credentials report, Tina Cannon.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the cooperation of the delegates checking in today. We used technology successfully. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe he should go get her.
Some were happier than others.
Okay, I'm going to read the official report of the Credentials Committee for the 2023 Utah GOP Organizing Convention. Our Credentials Committee met on April 22nd, or on April 20th
Motion
for
to amend.
Credentials Challenges.
Out of order. Let her finish, please.
Members of the Credentials Committee, Tina Cannon, Morgan County, Gina Worthen, Cache County, Karma Brown, Salt Lake County, William Campbell, Davis County, Amy Campbell, Davis County, Brett Haney, Morgan County, Peter Greathouse, Millard County. There were 10 challenges submitted. First one, Washington County.
Motion to amend.
Out of order. There's nothing to amend here. She's simply giving the credentials report. Please let her finish.
I want to amend the credentials report.
That's not now.
The committee approved restoring the original precinct delegate after proof that a clerical error had been made. The committee also denied the replacement of a delegate who resigned. The request came in after the credentials deadline, and the state party bylaws say that after the deadline, delegates can only be replaced if they die or are disqualified. In Utah County, we denied replacing a delegate because the proper process wasn't followed and the request came in after the deadline. We also approved a replacement as it was shown that the precinct chair worked to follow the process and made notification before the deadline. In Box Elder, we approved allowing the newly elected chair to be seated as an ex officio delegate as requested, as long as Box Elder County stays below their allocated 87 state delegates in attendance. With Box Elder's convention occurring after the credentials deadline, the committee approved an alternate for the precinct delegate seat vacated by the newly elected county vice chair, who now becomes an ex officio delegate. In Tooele and Davis County, we approved the corrections that were made by the credentials chair. Paiute, Weber, and Utah counties, we approved the changes made by the credentials chair due to a misunderstanding of the proper process of submitting state delegates changes to the credentials chair. At this point, the Credentials Committee would like to note the following. It has observed a lot of misunderstanding over the proper process for submitting delegate changes. The proper way as directed under Utah State Constitution bylaws and Robert's Rules of Order is for counties to submit delegate changes directly to the credentials chair, protecting the accuracy of the delegate list and making sure that the process is fair to all candidates. This is critical. Therefore, the committee recommends that the state party chair, with the support of the other state party officers, educate county and precinct leaders on the proper process outlined by on the state party's website. The committee specifically recommends to provide official communication from the state party chair to county party leadership on the date of the requirement to submit all changes to the credentials chair. Include in the official call to convention the process and the deadline for delegates to be replaced. As of 12 o'clock, we have 2,484 credential delegates in attendance out of a possible 4,028. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, it is moved to adopt the credentials report.
Thank you.
Motion to amend.
All right, now we're to motion to amend. Where are we at?
Motion to amend.
Okay, Drew.
Drew Chamberlain, Layton 67. I submitted a challenge to the credentials report well before the deadline. I would like to have it heard.
Okay. So what Drew is stating that there was a challenge made to the credentials report prior to this being done.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I sent it to you, Carson.
We could put it right there to kind of show they're ready.
I did not receive any other credentials challenge before the credential deadline.
Carson, can you read the email?
I mean, I could, but you look in the rules, it simply states all challenges to credentials must be made to the credentials chair.
I sent it to the credentials chair, to the party secretary, and to info@UtahGOP. I did not have contact information for the credentials chair.
Decorum, please. Like, if you're going to talk, please talk into the mic.
You did not supply contact
Okay, we can move to
information.
amend it. I mean, you can make a motion to amend and we can
Motion to
fight through
amend.
it. So if you'd like to make a motion and somebody has a second to amend the credentials challenge, by all means. Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Or what is, yeah, let's specifically state your motion. What would you like your motion to be?
Could you read the email, please?
You're going to have to state it. It's not for me to state. That's up to you to state the motion.
I'm challenging the illegal delegates in this convention.
Okay, that's a pretty broad term. Okay. Do you have a list of delegates?
Yes, I sent it to you.
Okay. Okay. Will you bring, do you have the list with you and can you bring it forward?
There's 234 of them. Do you want me to read all 234? You got the email, you can read
Okay,
it.
can you state the reason why, or what the status is of these delegates so everybody here knows?
Yes, ex officio delegates are illegal under the state party constitution.
And that's what we're debating here.
State party
Okay.
constitution.
So what he's referring to is
Article
ex
12.
officio delegates. So some counties are allowed, or some counties appoint delegates in a way as referred to ex officio delegates. So what he is challenging is that those delegates and those counties are out of order in appointing those delegates in the way they do. Am I correct?
No.
Okay, make a motion and we'll fight through it.
Motion to amend the credentials reported.
Okay. Okay, it's been made and seconded. A motion to amend the credentials report by removing all ex officio delegates, which is 234. 34. Okay, do you have with you a means to replace those delegates so that that counties are not shorted delegate representation here today?
Those delegate positions were taken from precincts that deserve those delegate positions according to our rules. So no, I don't have that.
Okay. Okay, is there anybody to speak against the motion?
Mr. Chair, Chelsea Carroll, Davis County. I'll speak against the motion. Whoever these 200 people are, they drove in their cars, they volunteered, they showed up like all of us, and I, for one, would appreciate them having the opportunity to participate today.
Thank you.
Saying that, I call the question.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, anybody to speak in favor of the motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call the question. Let's vote on it. Call the question.
Okay, question has been called. Name and county, sorry.
Salt Lake County.
Okay, so the question has been called on whether or not, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to a vote here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to first vote on whether or not you want to end debate on this motion. So we're not voting on the motion, we are ending debate on this motion. So this is 2/3 vote here. So we're ending debate. So all of those in favor of ending debate, so everybody have your credentials ready. I don't have mine on me, it's in my pocket. Okay, everybody's got their credentials on them. Okay. If you're not speaking into the mic, please quit. Okay, those in favor of ending debate, this is 2/3 majority. Those in favor of ending debate, please raise your credential. Those opposed to ending debate, please raise your credential. The ayes have it. Okay. We have now ended debate. So now we've ended debate on the motion to remove ex officio delegates. So now we are voting on the motion itself. So there are 234 delegates that claim are illegal delegates. These have been appointed by the counties. They are here with us today. Those in favor. Okay, this is a simple majority vote. Those in favor as keeping the credentials how they are without the amendment and keeping those 234 delegates. Oh, sorry, I have to say the motion is to remove them. So those in favor of removing them. So those of you who want to remove those 234 delegates here today that were appointed by their counties, please raise your credential. Okay, put them down. Those opposed to removing these credential delegates, please raise your credential. Thank you. Motion fails. Is there any other discussion on the credentials report? Seeing none, we're going to vote to accept the credentials report. Those in favor, this is a majority vote. Those in favor of accepting the credentials report as presented by Tina Cannon, please raise your credential. Thank you very much. You can put those down. Those opposed, please raise them. The credentials are adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates.
All right, now we're on to the rules. So now, here we go. We're going to turn the time over to Peter Greathouse to talk about the rules, and then we will go to floor discussion.
It's everybody's favorite time at convention, the rules. The Rules Committee, consisting of myself from Millard County, Gina Worthen from Cache County, Daniela Harding from Davis County, and Lisa Sandberg from Washington County, met. We reviewed the bylaws and prepared the proposed rules provided with the call and available on the website. These are the same rules, virtually the same rules we've used in the past conventions, other than rules that are unique for the venue. The committee has included a few rules to help with the flow of the convention. One of those is a rule that was adopted last convention about being able to verify your vote after the convention. That is in the rules this year. So on behalf of the Rules Committee, I move the adoption of the proposed convention rules.
Second. Mr. Chair, I have a motion regarding the rules.
Okay, let's go to Bob.
Thank you, Chairman Jorgensen. Bob McEntee, MSC 01. I move that we use the allowance in Convention Rule M to vote by sequentially numbered paper ballots, and that we do not use electronic voting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, point of information. We do have volunteers to help distribute the already printed ballots. We have 8,000 ballots for 2 rounds. We have boxes to collect the ballots, and we would rely on you for a room. We have tally sheets. We're ready to go, sir, just so you know.
Okay, point of clarification for you on that one, Bob. So the elections committee is over that. We can't have an outside entity handling this. Has to come within. So we can work with you with your ballots through the election. No, we will work with the credentials committee and the elections committee to be able to facilitate that if this happens.
Agreed.
So, okay, so your motion, the one motion you can make would be to strike electronic voting from that rule. So if that's a motion you want to make, let's do it.
I would like to do that, but I'd also like to add sequentially numbered in front of paper ballots. We want to use sequentially numbered for anti-fraud measures.
So that would, just so everybody knows, that would depend on the elections committee. To be able to add sequentially numbered ballots, we'd have to make sure that the elections committee is ready to facilitate those and that that meets the standard and the criteria as set forth by the party.
I hope it exceeds the standard.
So here's what we can do. We'll have to break this into 2 if this is what you want to do. Break it into 2 parts. One is paper ballots. We'll start there. And then if you want them in sequentially numbered, we'll have to go to that and deal with that after said.
Very well.
Okay, so let's make me a motion.
Well, sir, I would like to speak to the motion as well. So the motion is, I would like to move that per Rule M, we use paper ballots.
Okay, so strike the word electronic voting out of that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. So, Bob, by all means, speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chairman Jorgensen. We're doing this not because we're troglodytes, we don't fear technology, but we do want to know that our ballots are counted and that they're recountable. We are, like I said, we're ready to go. There's no training needed. I think everyone here knows how to use a paper ballot. They're not going to break. They're not going to fail. We should save time now. This body should know that the SCC this year voted that we would use paper ballots at convention. And the SEC is the governing body of the party. So now, in addition, the Utah Republican Party, I believe, needs to be the example of high integrity, verifiable elections. We should be the example to the state and the cities of how to run elections that inspire confidence. Governor DeSantis did that in Florida. We should do it. The Heritage.org ranks states. Florida's in the top 10. They're dark green. Utah's number 37. We got work to do, Mr. Chair. This is the only method, the only one that allows poll watchers to actually watch the vote in progress. Our bylaws also say that there will be no absentee or proxy voting. You really can't.
10 seconds.
Thank you, sir. You just can't enforce no absentee voting if people can vote on their phones, and this will help us keep quorum. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against his motion? Let's go here.
Yes,
Name
Chair.
and precinct, county.
Yep. Chair, my name is Matthew Hillstone, PG 317, Utah County. I'm probably in the minority in speaking against the motion, but I just wanted to say that I did check out the siv.org website, and each person can, with their vote, verify that their vote. If we do move forward, I just want to make sure that there's a process. If someone wants to dispute that their vote was not counted properly, that there's a way that we can do that. But the website does provide each person with the verification code to see their vote is counted properly. So I think that the verification method is valid. It is listed, and people can take that result and tally it themselves to make sure that the tally is proper. If you feel like that your number is not correct in its voting, then you can dispute that. But I feel confident with this particular SIV method as I checked it out on the website. Technology is my trade. And I feel confident that that verification method is valid and would work for our purposes and would save us a lot of time today.
Thank you. Is there anybody to speak in favor?
Request for information.
Yeah, we need somebody to speak for the motion.
Request for information.
Sorry, who's speaking? Okay, name and county, please.
Marie Nucitelli, LE 318. 2 years ago at our this same convention, we used some sort of technology to vote. I actually did vote in favor of you, but I never got the validation that I was able to vote for you. So I don't know that this year the technology is the same method or not, but I'm just trying to point out that because it can work doesn't mean it always does. So I still don't know for sure. So is the technology that we're using now
Is it the same as we used 2 years ago? Is that your question?
I'm sorry?
Is the technology we're using today the same we're using 2 years ago?
So the man that spoke in favor, the gentleman said that this was verifiable, but
Yes, this is a
demonstrated 2
completely
years ago.
different system than we used 2 years ago. We added those protections that you can go in and audit your vote in real time. You can use your key that you received today
Thank
to go
you.
and check your vote in real time. Okay, is there anybody to speak for Mr. McKenty's motion?
I'm here to speak for. This is
Name and county.
Whit Cook from Tooele County.
Go ahead, Whit.
I want to say really quick that we've followed where these links go to, and the link actually goes to a foreign country, and I believe it's France. So that's where the IP addresses of when we use this link that will capture the information. I do want to make a note. Right here in my hand, I hold one of these papered ballots. It's in 2 portions. The white portion is round 1. The canary portion is round 2. They are held together by a staple right in the middle. These are professionally printed. The paper is good quality. It's not something that you can just simply replicate. Somebody can't take this upstairs right now and make some photocopies. This is something that cannot be hacked. This is hack proof. This is sequentially numbered. The ballot that I hold in my hand right here is number 308. We have them numbered from 1 to 4,000. Plenty for all the delegates that are here. Again, these are already printed. They are ready to go.
Thank you. Anybody to speak against the motion? We're going to go here.
Emily Diaz-Oviedo Brown, Salt Lake County.
Chairman, we have a long day with important business to do. I respect the hard work of the officers and the committees that they chose and the State Central Committee supported. I think it's inaccurate that the State Central Committee passed a demand for paper ballots. That's actually not true. There was a recommendation that that's a good idea, but whatever format we use needs to be verifiable. The leadership that we've elected and that are accountable to us made decisions on how we were going to have this elections take place. Now we have people that are elected. I know many of them personally, and they're nice people. But we do not have the opportunity to vet them, vet these ballots, stop, switch the whole thing, re-register everybody, and get the important work done that we have to do today. This undermines the convention system if we don't trust our leadership and our committees. I elected you folks for a reason, and I trust you to do the best you can. No system is infallible, but if we don't trust the caucus and convention system, we will lose it, my friends.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody
Mr.
to
Chairman.
speak in favor of the motion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
I am in favor of
Okay,
the
we're going
motion.
to go here. Are you in
Mr. Chairman,
favor of
I call the question. Nathan Ricks, Salt Lake County.
Let's go here, and then we'll call the question. Let's go here first. So you're in favor.
Yes.
Speak at it.
For 13
Name
years.
and county, sorry.
For the last 13 years.
Okay, give us your name and your county for the record.
Oh, sorry. Fred Hayes, Box Elder.
Okay, thank you.
For the past 13 years, we have not witnessed the counting of a ballot in a single precinct in this state or across America. Now think about where America's gone in the last 13 years. In the 2020 election, on the November election, on the morning after in Box Elder County, we saw that the aggregate results all went blank all across America, including Box Elder County. Indications that everything is tied together. I'm not comfortable voting with electronics, and for those of us, this is like some of us have spent thousands of hours in the last 2 years studying elections, and for people to question our expertise is like getting into an airplane with a pilot that has 2 or 3 hours compared to getting into an airplane
20
with
seconds.
1,000 hours. So I speak in favor of voting with paper ballots, and I call the question.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so the question has been called and seconded.
Mr. Chair, point of information. Has the question been called on this
Okay,
and all pending
that
questions?
is the question. So are you calling the question to end debate, or are you calling the question on all previous motions?
Mr. Chair, we also did want to cover sequentially numbered, if you make that separate.
Okay, so that being said, he'd have to, who made the motion? Because we'll have to have him come back to make that motion all right. So from Box Elder, our friend from Box Elder that just made that motion, where'd he go to?
Mr. Hayes?
Mr. Hayes, I believe it was.
Ask again, please.
So are you ending debate on, so are we ending debate on talking about paper ballots? Is that what we are? Or ending complete and total debate on everything?
Just on paper ballots.
Okay, now we have that clarified. So we got to vote first to end debate. So this is okay, so those in favor of ending debate on whether or not to use paper ballots, please raise your credential. This is 2/3 vote. So those in favor of ending debate, raise your credentials. All right, you can put them down. Those opposed to ending debate, please raise your credentials. Okay, that passes. So, okay, we're there. So now we are on to the vote for or against paper ballots. And then we'll come back and visit the sequentially numbered ballots here in just a second. So this is a majority? Okay, majority vote here. Those in favor. Okay, so those in favor of not using electronics and going to paper balloting. So those in favor of not using electronics and going to paper balloting, please raise your credential. Okay, put those down. Those opposed to okay, hold on. Those opposed to removing electronic ballots and voting with paper. So those who want to keep the voting system in place as it is right now, please raise your credential. I'm going to go with that passes, or that fails. So that motion would fail.
Mr. Chair, I call division, sir.
Okay, division. Is everybody ready to, we're going to have to get us some counters here.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's do, okay, so we see the ADA section here. So what we're gonna do here is a standing vote. So what just happened is they called division because the numbers were close enough to where it's hard to tell from up here. So we wanna be completely transparent. We want everybody to be heard. So what we're gonna do is a standing vote, and we're gonna try to solve it through that first. That being said, ADA section, anybody that can't stand, we've got you. We will be watching you. You just raise your credentials. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take this vote again. We're going to start with this, and if we have to go through division again, we will. So what's going to happen here? Those in favor of removing electronic balloting, so those in favor of removing electronics and voting with paper, please stand. Only you with credentials. If you don't have a credential, don't stand. Okay. Everybody look around and get a good look, because I'm trying to too. All right? Okay, you guys can sit down. Those opposed to going to paper balloting, so those in favor of keeping the same system that is in place right now, please stand and raise your credential. Once again, I'm going to rule that that motion fails. Okay, so we're going to stick with the electronic balloting.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Ricks, Salt Lake County.
Okay, let's go here.
I call the question on the rules.
Question has been called on rules. Okay, so what we're going to do is this is a question of whether or not to end debate on all of rules. So first off, we're going to end debate on talking about any more rules. Has everybody got that? Okay, the question has been called. So those in favor of ending debate and talking about rules anymore, please raise your credential. Okay, you can put those down. Those opposed to ending debate, please raise your credential. Okay, we're going to say that that passes. So we've ended debate. Which one? Oh, you that made the motion. What was your name and county? Sorry.
Nathan Ricks, Salt Lake County.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we've ended debate. So those in favor of adopting the rules as they currently stand, please raise your credential. Okay, you can put those down. Those opposed to change. Okay, hold on. You guys got me frazzled now. Those opposed to changing any more rules and continuing on with the convention and adopting the rules as proposed, please. Okay, start over. Let me start. Okay, we voted that. So though anybody in favor of changing the rules and wanting to continue to Okay, we're starting over. Those in favor of adopting the rules how they stand, please raise your credential. Oh, okay. Okay, put them down. Those opposed to, there you go. Those opposed to adopting them as they stand, please raise your credential. Okay, that passes. The rules have been adopted. Thank you all. I appreciate. Hey, I want to reach out to these folks over here. Bob, you guys, I truly do appreciate it, and I hope you feel heard here today. Everybody has their own opinion, and I just, if this is America, and we all want free elections, we all want fair elections, we all want security. I understand it. I get it. Thank you. Now I got to get back to my page where y'all got me frazzled from. 10? Okay, so now we are on the agenda.
Motion to amend. Mr. Chair.
Motion to amend.
Motion to amend.
Okay, hold on. Let's go right here first.
Mr. Chair, Gambert, Salt Lake County, I move that we adopt the agenda.
Okay.
I second that.
It's been made. Okay, just a second. I have to read the yellow part first. In the event someone wishes to amend the rules, instruct the delegates that. I'm on 10. Okay, now I'm on 12. As we let you. Okay, yeah, I forgot about this part. as we let you know in our email on Tuesday, we mistakenly left off one resolution that was correctly submitted. That was a clerical error within the party. All of you received that in an email this week. It was correctly submitted and it was left out in error. The mistake was a human error on our side. The resolution is titled Resolution in Support of the Utah Republican Party's Nominating Process. It is on our agenda following the first resolution. By the time we had caught it, our mistake, the printed programs have already gone out, so you will not see it in the program, but they were handing them out in the hallway this morning. So that is on the agenda, and we want to make sure that everybody is clear that that is on the agenda. So we will have the one constitutional change, 2 resolutions. Those are on the agenda. So now we'll go back here.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we adopt the agenda.
Okay, name and county.
Salt Lake County, Dan Burton.
Okay.
I second that.
Who is
Melissa Holyoke,
this?
Oak, Salt Lake County.
Okay, it has been made and seconded.
I'd like to
Hey,
call
Mr. Chair. Okay.
Colin Jack, Washington County. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, so been made, seconded. The question has been called.
Point of inquiry, point of inquiry.
Point
Right
of
here,
inquiry,
right
where
here.
are we? Let's go here.
I've made a motion to amend 6 times. Honestly, I've been here. I said it before any of them also said anything. There's amendments that have to be made and amendments that people want made. I'd appreciate if this was taken into consideration.
Okay, so we'll decide that right now if they want to make these amendments. Okay.
Point of personal privilege here.
Okay.
After many years of doing this and seeing these same faces and seeing the last time when we had the same situation, everybody wanted to adopt right out of the gate the agenda as it was with a
Okay, can you save
censure.
this to speak against? Because this would be out of order
No,
as a
this-
point of personal
okay,
information. So this
I'll
would be
speak
for
against, thank you.
against this. That would be an argument against it. So
Thank you.
we'll come back to that one. Okay, let's go to this guy here first. The agenda has been made and seconded, but we're going to go over here and we're going to talk to this guy and see how we can help him.
My name is Scott Wilbur. I'm a delegate from Salt Lake County. I motion to amend the agenda and to place the resolutions and the proposed constitution and bylaw amendments as high as we can go in the agenda. And may I speak to that as well?
I second that. Yeah, so you can't say as high as we can go. You actually have to put a space on where you want it to end up.
Can I do it right now then, right after, as the next item of business?
I second that. Yeah, so we can put it right after the next order of business.
May I speak to the motion?
Yes, you can. Go ahead, speak to the motion.
Okay, so in the time that I've been a state delegate and the time that I've attended the conventions, this is always a perennial problem that we have seen at the Republican convention. What we see is that these items are priority items that each of us want to vote on, but they're continually placed at the end of the agenda, making it so that sometimes we won't have a quorum available. Also, the amount of people that will be leaving as soon, because we all want to get out of here as soon as possible and want to get as much business as done as fast as we can. But if we ignore the important business, people will be leaving, and these are important issues that we need to prioritize. That's why I say that we need to move to have the resolutions and the amendments placed right as the next item of business so everyone here can vote on it as soon as possible.
Okay, so what we've got now is he's made a motion to move the resolutions and the binding business toward the top to put it right now on the agenda. Correct?
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay. Is there a second?
I second it. Second.
Been made and seconded. Is there somebody to speak against this?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go here.
Nathan Ricks, Salt Lake County. Mr. Chairman, we have a party to organize. It would be disrespectful to everyone else's time to hold the delegates captive while we elect party officers. The reality of the situation is those 2 resolutions are non-binding.
Hey. Let him speak. We let everybody else. Now let him speak.
The 2 resolutions are non-binding and they'll be forgotten in 10 years. However, the party officers will have an impact tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there anybody to speak in favor?
Okay.
Name and county, sorry.
David Wilbur, Salt Lake County. I've seen these same faces. Okay, these are the same guys that do this every time. So I mean, if we're going to ask anything, I'd want them to come back up and so we can see their faces on the big screen and we can hear their names again, so everybody 10 years from now can see who it is that the establishment is, okay? We came here with resolutions that we wanted to vote on. We came here when we got numerous, how many text messages and emails on all this stuff, on the flag, on the caucuses and all that. Let's get to that business, and then we can get to the other part where we're electing your successor, because you know what? 10 years from now, I like you. I've really liked you in the last 2 years. I won't remember your name 10 years from now.
It's all right, you'll remember the hat.
Mr. Chairman.
I will remember the hat, thank you.
Okay, where are we at? Let's go over here. Mr. Bolin.
Aaron Bolin, Utah County, motion to amend the motion.
Can we? Now you're getting deep.
It's a good one, I promise, and I hope it's a friendly amendment. I too would like to get to the business.
We can only deal with location. If you're mending where he's putting it on the agenda, we
yes,
can amend
that's
it.
exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bolin, you can make a
I
motion.
would like, because there are people who want to elect the party officers, but turns out that we need some time after they speak to count everything and verify the results, which you have more speeches scheduled during that time. I would like to put the business immediately after the officer speeches. During balloting.
Second.
Is that a friendly amendment? I think it's more likely to pass, man.
Yes, while balloting is closed, not while balloting is open, correct? Because we can put them when balloting's closed, but we can't do it while it's open.
Why is that?
Because binding business is being conducted, so we can't conduct other binding business while we're conducting.
It just needs to be as soon as possible after the
Mr. Chairman,
after balloting is closed is the word I would use.
May I address the speaker over there?
Yeah.
Promptly?
No, we're not going back and forth across mics here.
Can he close on his motion?
Point of information. Say point of information.
Okay, so Aaron, or what you're saying is when we close balloting and we're waiting for results, then do the business?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be in order.
That's where I'd like to move it to.
Okay, so he is amending. Okay, and there was a second, name and county.
Nathan Ricks, Salt Lake County.
Okay, cool. Okay, you can speak to your motion, Aaron. So now we're amending his amendment. So, go ahead.
So, for my motion, can I maybe specify something?
Sure.
Can we do that after the first round of each of them? Because we're going to be voting first round for treasurer and secretary, balloting closed, then we start on the constitution change and the resolutions.
So yeah, it would just be while we're waiting for results.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order.
Okay, point of order.
Bill Olson, Weber County, North Ogden 12. It's not, Robert's Rules of Order does not allow for business of the party to be conducted while the poll watchers are out of the room.
Correct.
So you've got to figure out who you're going to have speak while the poll watchers are out of the room.
Okay.
Thank you.
Poll watchers do not have to be delegates, though. So if a poll watcher is a delegate, then yes. But if they're not a delegate, then we don't have to worry about it. Okay, Aaron, so what you're saying is while ballot, and I'm going to simplify this for everything, buddy. So what Aaron is saying, while we're waiting for results, after balloting is closed, while we're waiting for results for those elections, we will do these resolutions. We'll fit them in where we can after we're waiting for those.
Yeah, in order, Constitution Amendment, and then the
Correct.
two resolutions. I'm just trying to find a middle ground.
So here's what we can do. Can he? Okay, no friendly amendments, she says. Okay, so we got to speak to this one, and then we'll come back and address you. So, Aaron.
I still don't.
Yes. 2, if you'll notice, we adopted the rules. In the rules, there were time limits on debate. So, Aaron, keep this as short as you can.
I'm done.
Okay. So, is there anybody
Vote for my
to speak
motion,
in?
thanks.
Is there anybody to speak against Aaron's amendment?
I'd like to move that we call the question and all previous questions so that we can get to the vote, make a decision, and rather than debate whether we should debate, how we debate, and when we debate, let's vote.
Okay, so we'll start weeding back through them. So the question's been called on all previous questions. Is there a second? Okay, made and seconded. Okay, so we're voting to end debate on all of these. So that's where we're going to start. and then we're going to go to Aaron's motion, and we're going to vote on it, and then we're going to go to your motion, and we're going to vote on it, and then we're going to go back to the original motion, and we're going to vote on it. Everybody got that? Okay, so all those in favor of ending debate on all of this we just talked about, please raise your credential. Okay, put them down. Those opposed to ending debate, please raise your credential. Okay, seeing that, debate is ended. Okay, so what we're voting on now, this kind gentleman over here made the motion to move the business to currently right now before the party elections. But this kind person over here made the amendment to change and amend that. So what we're going to do is we're going to vote on replacing moving the business to currently to moving the business to while we're waiting for results from the election. So that is what we're voting on right now. But that does not take effect until so we're voting to replace his amendment with his amendment. Everybody got that? Okay, so those in favor of replacing the amendment to moving everything to currently right now with the amendment to do it while we're waiting for results, please raise your credentials. Those in favor of doing that, please raise your credentials. Okay, put them down. Those opposed? Okay, that was going to pass. Okay, so now we're voting on whether or not to replace the original agenda with what Aaron proposed. Correct? Okay, so this is a majority vote. So we need 50% for this one. So what we're proposing now is taking Aaron's, which is moving the binding business, the constitutional amendment, and the two resolutions. We're going to move those to while we're waiting for results from the election. That will be the change made to that. After balloting is closed, we're going to run through those and address those. So those in favor of Okay, so those in favor of moving the resolutions and the binding business to while we're waiting for it. So those who want to do their resolutions and binding business while we're waiting for ballot amendment or ballot results, please raise your credentials. Okay, all right, put them down. Anybody opposed? Okay, perfect. So that has been replaced on the agenda. So we will be doing that binding business. So now we are on the vote to adopt the agenda with the amendment from Mr. Bolin. So the question has been called on all previous questions. So now we're here to vote. So those in favor of adopting the agenda as currently constituted with the amendment from Mr. Bolin of moving the binding business to while we're waiting for ballot results, those in favor of adopting it, please raise your credential. Okay, put them down. Those opposed, raise them up. Seeing that passes. So we are on to the meeting. Thank you very much. And thank you again. Once again, I know this gets kind of contentious when we get going back and forth and you see me starting to sweat a little bit. But I do appreciate the opposing points of view, and I think it's helpful as long as we can do it within the bounds of, you know what, we're all still Republicans. Okay.
Point of personal privilege.
All right, where are we? Go over here.
Ryan Oswald, Davis County.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm wondering why the current secretary is not on the stage with the rest of the elected officers.
Okay, so as to that question, the current party secretary is up for election, and so being as she is currently up for election, it would be a misconduct to have her on the stage and get any more stage presence than the other candidates.
Okay.
And she did ask Mike Bird to be the convention secretary, so he is fulfilling her duties today.
Point of order.
Point of order. Let's go over here.
Carson, I propose that we acknowledge our parliamentarian for a great job in keeping this organized.
Seeing as we're at the top of the agenda, I did omit one thing earlier, just in housekeeping stuff. We want to thank a few people for this, and and conventions don't go off. You see people behind the stage here. First and foremost, I want to thank my convention committee and all the people who have gone to work for you to make this happen. This is not an easy poll. We want to thank Governor DeSantis and his team for coming and visiting with us and taking that time. As you'll notice up on the screens, you'll see them cycle through. We have House Majority Leader Mike Schultz. He donated to make this happen. You'll also see Utah House Majority up there as well. They also donated to this. The State Senate PAC also donated to this event, and Dan Hauser. We want to thank all of them for being convention sponsors and the things they've done for us. Man, we can't do it without you. The other person I want to thank is Greg and Julie Cook for sponsoring this event as well and helping facilitate getting Governor DeSantis here. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much. On page 15 now. We're getting through it. Okay, so let me read through this real quick. Red part. So at this time, we are going to close credentials. So nobody is going to be able to credential from now on out. We are in the election portion of the meeting. So we will not be credentialing people till balloting closes. So now the candidate speeches, we're ready for our candidate speeches. If the candidates will please make your way behind the stage, we would appreciate that as well. So we have a timer sitting here in the front row so everybody knows. We've got signs here. He won't throw them at you, but if you go way too long, I might let him. So we've got that. So without further ado, we're going to proceed into the candidate speeches, and we're going to start with the first two. These are votes of acclamation. So without anybody else in the race, your current and future party chair has already been decided, and I couldn't be more excited about the person who's going to be taking the reins from me, and that is Mr. Robert Axon.
Well,
So, as per acclamation, I have declared Robert Axon the winner of the state party chair race and the future and current party chair for the Utah Republican Party. Rob.
Hey, Mr. Chair, can I say something while he's coming up?
Is it a...
It's a point of personal privilege.
Okay, point of personal privilege.
Okay, Tiffany Barker, LE 306, Precinct Chair. Our vote is sacred and should not be sold at the feet of convenience.
Thank
That's all
you.
I'm saying.
Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Axon.
Sorry, can you hear me? There we go. You caught me chatting down there. It's been a pleasure being with all of you over the last couple of hours and talking with all of you over the last couple of weeks. I'm confident that we have a lot that we need to accomplish moving forward. My name is Robert Axon, and I want to point out my wife and kids. They were somewhere. Oh, I guess they're coming up. So I've got my wife and kiddos over there, Aaron, Henry, Oliver, Finley, and little Goldie. They are the motivation of absolutely everything that I do. I'm sure that, like my family, your family is the motivation of everything that you do. I believe our Republican Party is at its best when we are looking to the future and fighting for our kids. Like I said, my name is Rob Axon, and I am humbled to stand and ask for your support moving forward as the next state Republican Party chair. We have a big job, and we have a lot to build, but I am confident that together, with hard work, sacrifice, prayers, and frankly, all of you in this arena, we can take the Utah GOP to new heights. And not only can we do that, we must do that. In 2019, when Derek Brown took over as the state party chair, I served as his vice chair, and we had inherited a party that was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. We worked hard, and all of you helped, and we were able to retire that debt. I think because of that, the debt challenges, it leaves fundraising more difficult these last couple of years. However, Carson, he and his team have led the party well. I want to give him a big hand and round of applause. Not only did Carson represent our party and our principles, but he maintained our financial position. Right now, we do not have the debt that we had in years past. I wish I could say that that alone was enough, that we were done, that it was over, the hard work was through, and from here we could coast. We cannot coast. Some will say, but Rob, look around, 80% of the offices in Utah are held by Republicans. What do you think of that? Huh? I think that is a good start. You may have seen my campaign slogan upstairs or in the mail that I've sent to you, the redder the better. It's easy to write that off just as a campaign slogan, but what if I told all of you that that was more than just a slogan? That's the very reason, the absolute reason that I am running to be the state party chair. What do we mean by the redder the better? I want you to take a moment and look around the country. Look at the red states, look at the blue states. Do you see the scoreboard? Do you see the pattern? Which are the states that are losing population? Which are the states that are gaining population? Which states are solvent and which states are one recession away from bankruptcy? I think it's pretty clear that indeed the redder is better. You may ask, well, Rob, here in Utah, we're doing just fine, aren't we? Utah's doing great. Sure. But for how long? Look at Salt Lake County with its George Soros-style district attorney and a county mayor who has never seen a government program that she doesn't want your money to pay for. Look at Salt Lake City, our capital city, where reckless leadership and lack of leadership has left host of issues from criminality to homelessness, and frankly, it's left downtown Salt Lake all but unlivable. There's so many more issues. Let's look around at our schools. How many of our schools are too busy indoctrinating our kids rather than educating? Our federal government tells us to close our coal-fired power plants when they expect us to be okay with the rolling brownouts we see in California. We are a red state. And yet sometimes we even struggle to do what's right and what's easy or should be easy, like keeping girls' sports safe for girls. ESG is pure Marxism, plain and simple. And yet even here in Utah, we struggle to get a good anti-ESG bill passed. You look around, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, while fantastic in many ways, it's using your money, $12 million a year, to spend on that when they can't even get a free speech campus bill passed. It took them 6 years. Is that red enough for any of you? Things like that right here in Utah make me think that we better get redder before it's too late. We have to be honest, our battle with the opposing party used to be political, and now I tell you it's existential. It's a question of whether or not we can keep the republic which was given to us by our founders. If you think I'm overstating it, no, I am not. They are called Democrats for a reason. They believe in woke identity democracy, where the votes of some groups are more equal than others. We are called Republicans because we revere our constitutional republic, inspired by the Declaration of Independence. And we believe that opportunity, not outcome, is equal. Let's say it again, the redder the better. You look around and what does it mean that Utah is Republican? It has to mean more. What does it mean that you are all Utah Republicans? That better mean more too. We have a lot of really good elected officials, including the guy I spent over a decade of my life working for, Senator Mike Lee. But I have to ask you, do we have enough? I don't think we do. Being redder means, as a state, electing redder leaders. Electing redder leaders means nominating redder candidates. And that, my friends, means having a well-funded, well-organized, grassroots-driven, capital red Utah Republican Party. And I want you to know, I don't mean that to sound divisive, and it may sound divisive to some of you. I assure you I don't mean that. We have to be a big tent. We need a big tent. We don't want purity tests. Instead, we want to elevate the entire party to the full level of its ideals. We don't want to exclude anybody. We want to include and bring them along with us. We don't just believe in high-minded ideals, we believe in what we know works. Unity, yes, that matters, but that's a two-way street. If the redder the better is true, then this party is the key. Two great Republican presidents, Lincoln and Reagan, both referred to America as the last great hope on earth. If, my friends, America is the last great hope of the world, then this party, the Republican Party, is the last great hope for our republic. Utah must lead that hope. Utah must shine among our neighboring states bright red. And in so doing, we can be a beacon to the nation. Because here in Utah, we do a lot right. But there's a lot we can do even better. And what does that mean? That means we all get better by getting redder. Thank you for being delegates. Thank you for being Republicans. Now let's get to work.
Thank you, Rob. I think he needs to get his head checked on the way out the door. He was watching this earlier and he was not sure what he's getting in for, so best to you, Rob. You're a great man, and I couldn't ask for anybody better to lead the party. On to the next one. Vice Chair Jordan Hess. He will be elected winner by acclamation because he is running unopposed. So with that, we declare Jordan Hess the winner. Welcome to the stage, Jordan.
My fellow delegates, my name is Jordan Hess, and I am a precinct chair in Washington 11 in Utah's Dixie. And I am grateful for the opportunity that I have had to serve the party for these past 2 years. I love our party. I am a consistent and proud conservative, but I'm not here today to talk about myself. You see, the Republican Party really exists to recruit candidates who align with our platform, stand for liberty, and then support them when they're elected. So today, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you to organizations like Americans for Prosperity Action, who made 400,000 phone calls to get Mike Lee reelected. Thank you to the Republican Women Lead PAC, of which I'm a member, that has raised $100,000 that they have given to female Republican candidates all across the state. They are keeping Utah red, and yes, we know what a woman is. Thank you to Carlos Moreno and his Latino Republican Coalition, who are actively helping Utah Latinos to turn from the socialism of the left and join the party of opportunity and upward mobility. They are keeping Utah red. Thank you to our State Central Committee, who boldly stands in support of a party platform and policies that are keeping Utah red. Thank you to Representative Candace Perucci, who passed school choice in Utah with a supermajority vote, the first state in the nation to do so. Candace is keeping Utah red. Thank you to Representative Kara Birkland, who passed legislation to protect women's sports from biological males. We must protect the integrity of women's sports, and Kara is keeping Utah red. Thank you to Senator Mike Kennedy, who passed legislation to prohibit sex reassignment surgeries and puberty blockers for minors. Senator Kennedy is keeping Utah red. Thank you to Representative Carrie Ann Lisenby and Senator Dan McKay for their tireless efforts to protect the unborn in Utah. They have passed legislation to effectively outlaw abortion in Utah and close abortion clinics all across the state. Thank you for keeping Utah red. Thank you to Representative Mike Schultz, who passed legislation to make it easier to audit our elections and ensure that we have election integrity in Utah. Mike Schultz is keeping Utah red. Thank you to Representative Walt Brooks from Dixie, who passed legislation to allow for constitutional carry in Utah, and he also passed the vaccine passport ban in our state. Thank you to Representatives Anthony Lubay and Quinn Cotter, who both ran in blue districts in Salt Lake County and won, flipping those seats from blue to red. They are keeping Utah red. Thank you to Representative Tyler Clancy for not waiting around before jumping into politics. He is the youngest state legislator at 26 years old, and he and other young Republicans like McKay Newell are phenomenal examples to the next generation, and they are keeping Utah red. Thank you to a state legislature that recently passed a $400 million state income tax cut, letting us keep more of our money. They are keeping Utah red. And thank you to President Adams, Speaker Wilson, and our governor for prioritizing this conservative legislation and passing it to keep Utah red. And thank you to Congressman John Curtis and his campaign manager, Adriel Herring, for working with local leaders like Phil Lyman and Cricket Green in Grand and San Juan counties, spending time and money on down-ballot candidates. They flipped those counties from blue to red. They are keeping Utah red. Thank you to engaged moms like Alexis Entz and Haley Kaplan. They are passionate about empowering parents and protecting children from the unneeded and unwanted sexualization at young ages. Alexis and Haley are keeping Utah red. Thank you to the delegates in this room who are here on a Saturday because you love our country, you love our state, and you love our party. Thank you for vetting the candidates and supporting men and women who uphold our Republican Party platform. You in this room are keeping Utah red. Now, do we want to keep Utah red forever? Heck yes, we do. That is our plan, and that should be our focus. While states around us turn blue, we must turn deep red. Deeper red than the rocks of southern Utah. It's going to take hard work, it's going to take time and sacrifice, and it's going to require that each of you take like-minded people with you to caucus next year. It's going to require that we stand firmly in support of the values that make Utah a great place to live. We cannot bow to the pressures of Hollywood, the media, academia, pop culture, or the corporate elite. Wokeism must die a harsh death in Utah. We will keep Utah red by planting a conservative flag and rallying our friends and neighbors around that flag. So now is not the time to sit idly by. Now is the time for action. Now is the time for truth. Now is the time to preserve freedom for the next generation. Now is the time to keep Utah red, and together we will. We will paint this state redder from Logan in the north to my hometown of Washington City in the south. Let's keep Utah red. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. It's been a pleasure serving with Jordan, and they're going to make an absolutely phenomenal team going forward. Thank you for all that joined him, and I want to echo what he says about all of our great legislators and the things they've done. I need my book now. All right, now we're moving on to the secretary election. So the draw for our secretary speeches, secretary candidates, please move to the back of the stage. And while I'm doing that, I just looked over there and saw somebody that I failed to thank. Sheriff Mike Smith from Utah County and the Utah County Sheriff's Department for all the security they offered here today. Thank you very much. Sheriff Mike and the Utah County, as well as Utah Highway Patrol. This was a big lift, and it went off without a hitch, so thank you. Also failed to mention, for those of you who have some extra time this afternoon, they are having a service project out in the west parking lot, filling sandbags for the impending flooding. So with that, we're going to move on to our secretary's speeches. It will go in order as drawn by random draw. It will be Stafford Palmieri, Olivia Dawn, and Nicholas Compton. So Stafford, welcome to the stage.
I'm slightly shorter than Carson. I'm excited to be here with you today. I'm Stafford Palmieri, and I am running for State Party Secretary. I'm running for State Party Secretary because I want to build our party infrastructure to keep Utah red. We have several severe problems in front of us, and some of them are not of our own making, but we still have to address them. First, Utah is the youngest state in the nation, and that means if we do not reach out to our young people, we will lose the political battle faster and swifter than other states. Secondly, Utah has a population density problem. We are surrounded by red states with big blue dots, like Colorado. And we have a serious concentration of population on the Wasatch Front. With urbanization comes liberal values. We cannot ignore the urbanization of the Salt Lake area. And lastly, we have direct challenges to the party. Caucus attendance is at an all-time low. We can't have a convention without delegates. Meanwhile, SB 54 continues to be the law of the land. We can't have a convention without candidates. This is deeply personal to me because I'm actually a transplant to Utah. I could have lived in any of the other 49 states. Okay, sorry, California was not on the list. 48 other states. But I chose to move here. And in fact, when I decided to leave the Soviet Republic of New York City, Utah was not even on the list. I started with a list of states that don't have income tax because, well, why not? But you won me over. And you won me over with the little things. The little things like the fact that my trash actually got picked up on the day it was supposed to be picked up. You may think I have low standards, but at the time, in the Soviet Republic of New York City, things had gotten extremely bonkers. There were piles of trash taller than I am in high heels on the street. There was almost daily random violence on the subway. And over the summer of 2020, it was normal to see stores boarded up or with their windows smashed and graffitied. Bad policy has consequences. Here's the thing. The left wants you to believe that this is normal. They want you to believe it's normal to teach elementary school children that gender is a choice. They want you to believe it's normal to loot and riot without consequences. They have eliminated truth. In their world, there are no facts. Your life is determined by the color of your skin. You cannot ask questions when something literally defies reality. And this is not just about culture. This is also about money. You can print trillions of dollars in stimulus and not cause inflation. This insanity is the opposite of our party platform. And it's the values in our party platform that make Utah a great place to live. It's why I'm all in on Utah. These are values of faith and family and hard work and the sanctity of human life. But we are not telling this story. We're not even talking about it to registered voters, let alone delegates. When was the last time before the last week that you got an email from the state party? Don't answer that question, I already know the answer. I am the CEO of a technology consulting company. We work with small businesses to take their products to market. We build mobile and web applications. And we do marketing strategy and identify target customers. I think about how to message and communicate values all day. I have led and participated in teams of all sizes, and let me just give you an example of how I run a team. For the last 2 years, I was the Lincoln Club president and a Senate chair in Davis County. And I'm proud to say that we raised enough money last year to be able to give $60,000 to candidates having already paid for our convention. I'm prepared, thank you, I'm prepared to hit the ground running on day one as your secretary because I do this for a living. And it's time to step up our game. It is not enough to just send out agendas and take minutes anymore. We cannot tread water for another 2 years. You should expect more of me, just like I expect now, at least, my trash to be picked up on time. How do we start? We clean up our data. We build standard operating procedures. We get the word out about caucus. I want to build something better for you, and I hope you want to build something better with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to welcome to the stage Olivia Dawn.
Hello, my name is Olivia Dawn, and I'm running to be re-elected as your secretary. Delegates, it's been my pleasure to serve for the last 2 years since you elected me to be the Utah Republican Party secretary. During this time, I celebrated many personal milestones, including getting engaged and married to my best friend, Brian, and giving birth to my first child, Molly. Through all of that, I attended 100% of my meetings, including attending virtually while on my honeymoon, and later in person with my brand new baby girl. I kept my word. My husband has been a wonderful support. The role of secretary is laid out very clearly in our party documents. In the Constitution, Article 3, it reads, "The state party secretary shall serve as secretary for the state central committee, the state executive committee, and the state convention. The secretary shall provide required notice, minutes, attendance to all of these." In the bylaws, it lays out even more specific responsibilities. One of those responsibilities laid out in the Constitution, Article 12, Section 1, Part E, is maintenance of party data, including the delegate list. I kept my promise in collecting all constitutionally required data following caucus night and made it publicly available, as is also required within our documents and state law. In addition, I have made available all public documents such as attendance, votes, and meeting minutes. As state party secretary, I adhere to our party documents. This is my guidebook. It contains the U.S. Constitution, the party bylaws that are always changing, and the party platform, the compass which guides every single one of my political opinions and actions. Our platform is what unites and defines us as Republicans. It is the only reason the party exists. It is how we grow our party. People are searching for truth. The platform planks are the tenets by which we know what all Republicans believe and stand for. Some of our values are the right to life, the protection of private property, equal rights under the law, the family as the fundamental unit of society, the right to keep and bear arms, honesty, integrity, morality, and accountability with fair, transparent, and secure elections, limited taxation, honoring, respecting, and protecting our heritage, like with the Utah state flag, the proper role of government, freedom of religion, and more. When we do not know or are apathetic to these core principles, we cannot expect elected officials to be held accountable to them or for society to abide by them. We as a party lack direction, and that is because we have forgotten what brings us all together and makes us Republicans, our platform. We keep saying we want to grow the grassroots, widen the tent, and make more people feel included. The best way to get grassroots involved is through education of our platform. The platform is the key to our success. I have spoken to delegates in all 29 counties. Many of you have told me you felt like information for delegates was missing. I have a plan to publish training to our party website and social media pages with simple infographics and short videos to help county officers with organizing caucus night and for delegates to know what their responsibilities are prior to convention. I also want to make the basic Robert's Rules of Order made available for download in a PDF. Let's make the delegates great again. I promise to do all I can to promote elections that are transparent, honest, dependable, reliable, and fairly audited. To strengthen our party and your voice, we must repeal SB 54. Our vote is sacred because it is the guardian of our liberty. I believe we stand at a crossroads. Serious work must be done and serious problems must be solved. We must all be actively engaged. I love what the Republican Party stands for. We will be strong as we abide by these divine principles. I love the inscription on the Liberty Bell, proclaim liberty throughout the land. As we're headed into a presidential election year, we need leadership with the experience to be successful right away. We cannot afford a lengthy learning curve. Continuity is key. With a new chair and treasurer, I will be able to provide the necessary continuity to ensure we all get to work and as a team hit the ground running. Vote Olivia Dawn for secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. All right, we got one candidate left, which is Nick Compton. So I think he's back there. I hope he's back there. I haven't seen him. So Nick Compton, there you are right there. Come on, buddy.
Utah, how are we doing tonight? Well, today. Isn't it fantastic that we can have this convention and that the voice of the people can be heard today? I love this convention, and I love to hear what you have to say. So let's jump right into my speech. A lot of you have asked, why am I running for state party secretary? And I want to finally answer that question once and for all. Throughout my campaign, the biggest thing that I've noticed in Utah is that we have a communication problem. And I want to tell you my life story and then kind of get into what I'm going to do for our party. So when I was 7 years old, I lived in a place called Russia. That's a scary place to be. I was an orphan. And through the hand of God, I had the privilege of being adopted and coming to America. And I had the fortunate blessing of being raised in Utah. Let me tell you, I love America. I love Utah. There is such a difference between the culture here and the culture that I experienced for the first 7 years of my life. But unfortunately, I'm seeing some of the same things that I saw in Russia creeping into our society. For example, gas rates. $3.69, right? That's what we're paying at the pump. And increasing. We're going to see $4 gas. We're going to see $5 gas before the end of the summer. Paying exorbitant amounts of money for your food bills. $5.30 just for a dozen eggs? How can you afford to feed your family when food costs are so high? And rampant, uncontrolled inflation. These things are killing America, and these things are killing Utah. And what is our political system doing? They're doing absolutely nothing. We would rather debate on biological choices than to meet the American needs. We would rather try and figure out what 63 genders there are in our nation. Let me tell you once and for all, there are 2 genders, male and female. End of that debate. My fellow Utahns, I'm tired of sitting by and watching the people suffer. That's why I'm running for party secretary. Let's get into what I'm going to do as party secretary, which is what you guys want to hear anyway. First, I want to overhaul the GOP website. It's outdated and needs to go. Second, I want to expand our social media, including Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, because that's how you receive the information. And at the end of the day, knowledge is power. And the knowledge you need to choose effectively which representatives serve you is worth having. 3, I want to implement technologies like SMS texts, like email lists to send out information to you. Because we already have your phone numbers, we already have your emails, yet nothing is going out to you, the people. 4th, this will increase party communication. Let me tell you, my opponents have stood up here and said they've given very informative speeches as to why they would do a good job. But let me tell you right now, I am the only one qualified. I am the only one that has the tools needed to do an effective job communicating between you and the party. At the end of the day, I want to serve as party secretary because I believe the Republican Party stands for great values that are not being implemented. While a variety of both party and state representatives verbally align themselves with Republican values, often they have hidden indicative agendas. It's time to change that. Let's unite behind our party platform and not the special interests of the politicians. I want to serve the community, and I want to give back to you. I will always be committed to representing you in the state of Utah. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to hear the speech for the treasurer's race, and then we're going to vote on them all at the same time in order to save time. So we're going to move on to the treasurer's speech. We're going to hear from Patrick Russo. I got to make sure I get this order right. Patrick Russo first, followed by McKay Newell, and then we will move into balloting. So Patrick.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is truly a pleasure to be here today with all of you. I stand before you as a fellow Republican, passionate about our party and the political process. I am ready to serve as your next Utah GOP treasurer. Thank you for your service today as you select your new leadership team. Like yourself, I have also been a state delegate. I have been to conventions much like this one. I have also served in many other leadership roles inside the GOP. Most recently, as of midnight last night, I was serving as the secretary of the Davis County Republican Party. Prior to that, I served as a Senate District Vice Chair in District 6 now. I was 21 at the time. And it's been a great pleasure for me to serve and commit myself to the party, and these things have prepared me to be your next state party treasurer. I ask for your vote today. I want to share with you my ideas and vision for the Utah GOP and what I can bring to the leadership team. My journey into politics began at a very young age. You see, my dad was mayor of my hometown, and my mom was president of the school board. My parents taught me Republican principles of limited government, personal freedom, liberty, and fiscal conservatism. As a family, we helped Dad and Mom campaign. We held fundraisers and engaged with the voters. I was this tall. It was fun. I loved it. These early experiences shaped me into who I am today politically. Now, as a father of 5 and a husband to my beautiful wife, Marissa, almost 5 decades later, I am still serving just like Mom and Dad taught us kids to do. I am sure you all have one big question. Why should you elect me to become the next Utah GOP treasurer? First and foremost, I commit to you that transparency will be one of my top priorities. I have a solid understanding of budgeting, financial planning, and risk management, and I am committed to utilizing these skills to effectively manage our party's finances. I will work together with the party leaders you choose today, our donors, and the members to implement financial strategies that will safeguard our resources and help us achieve the party goals. Third, I have a proven track record of fundraising within the GOP. Over the past 4 years, I have helped the Davis County Republican Party raise and distribute $72,000 to candidates to keep our county solidly red. I want to take these strategies and expand them to the Utah GOP. Let's give our candidates the most support they have ever seen. But most of all, I am dedicated to conservative principles. I am committed to upholding them with unwavering dedication. I will ensure that our party's financial decisions align with these principles, and we will never compromise our values. I pledge to always put the best interests of our party and our conservative values first. In conclusion, I am transparent, proven, and conservative. There is no better time to start creating the new future of the Utah GOP than today. Let's start now to create our new future together. And because I truly live my life as a conservative, and that includes my time and yours, I yield my time back and I ask you to vote for me, Patrick Russo, your next state party treasurer. May God bless you all, our party, our great nation, the United States of America. Thank you. I ask for your vote.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, we'd now like to welcome to the stage our final candidate for the day, the final candidate in the treasurer's race as well, McKay Newell. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to see so many people. There's nothing more encouraging for the future of the state and this party than coming to convention and seeing so many people stay and spend the day here. I'm a lifelong Utah, fifth-generation Utahn. I'm a lifelong member of the Republican Party. I'm a Republican because I believe that capitalism solves our problems and government oversight and bureaucracy ever will. I'm a Republican because I believe that the sanctity of life must be preserved and protected without compromise. I'm a Republican because I believe that free speech is essential to a functioning and healthy democracy, and that now more than ever in this day and age of misinformation and polarization, we need more speech, not less. We live in a wonderful state, but we know that the size of the state is outpacing the growth of the size of the party. That quite literally means that our proportional influence is shrinking. This isn't a 5-year, this isn't a 10-year problem. This is something that we need to begin actively working on today and now. The truth is, the last couple months I've spoken to hundreds of you delegates, and we agree on this. We know this is a problem. And for the most part, we agree on the solution. We know that we need to increase engagement and involvement of young people. We know that, but when I say young people, most of us think millennials. Millennials are important, don't get me wrong. Millennials, we need millennials. But we need to talk about Gen Z. Gen Z is 18 to 30-year-olds, and I could count on one hand the number of times I've heard Gen Z spoken or mentioned about in the last few years at caucuses or conventions. Gen Z is not being spoken about. Gen Z is not being talked to. We need to address this. We need Gen Z representation. You can't talk to Gen Z the same way that you talk to millennials, just like millennials were different than the prior generation. We need Gen Z representation. In addition to that, in my personal life, I built a business. After finishing BYU Business School, I built a business we have several hundred employees. 99% of those employees are Gen Z. I know how to message, how to market, how to recruit, and how to lead Gen Z individuals. In addition to that, I joined Young Republicans. When I joined a few years ago, there was quite literally 5 people in Young Republicans in the state. Over the course of the last 2.5 years, we've opened 2 new county chapters. In about a month and a half, we opened our 3rd. We've regained official auxiliary status. We've regained participation and acceptance in the National Young Republican Federation. We have seen high growth. We have over 600 members now. We've seen high growth in just 2 years as a result of speaking to Gen Z. We need that. We need that. It's exactly what we need, and we've seen it with Young Republicans. We need to do it with the party. As treasurer, I want to increase fundraising. I built a business. I know how to develop, maintain, and manage revenue streams. I know how to do that while operating under strict financial constraints. I know how to budget for growth. We need to do that actively with our party so that we can set a foundation now that helps us go into 2024, which is a pivotal year, on a foundation that we can build from. We need that. Mike's done an excellent job. Let's build on that. In addition, I want to develop a culture of transparency. Transparency leads to accountability, and accountability is essential for a healthy organization. The truth is, it doesn't take a genius to do that. Accountability and transparency are built on consistent and clear communication. What that means is we need somebody with the time and the energy to volunteer. That's ultimately what it takes. Transparency can be built, but it takes somebody committed to doing it, right? It's consistent and clear communication. Regular updates, wouldn't that be incredible? If you track a metric, that metric will improve. If you track and report a metric, the rate of that metric improving will increase. I've seen that, and I've done that in business. I've done that in Young Republicans. We can do that with the mainstream party. I'm blessed to be in a position with my business and financially where I have time to give. I have time to volunteer. I don't have serious other obligations. I'm more than ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work. That's exactly what we need. It takes somebody doing the grunt work, and I'm more than happy to do that. So ultimately, you know, volunteering, it takes time, it takes energy, and let's do it. Young Republicans into the mainstream party and connecting that bridge and being able to grow the party into a healthy and growing organization. Let's keep Utah red. Thank you very much, McKay Newell, for Utah Treasurer. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, McKay. Thank you, McKay. Okay, with that, we are finished with the candidate speeches. So with that, I am going to turn the time over to Tina Cannon for another credentials report.
So as of 127, we have 2,486 delegates who have credentialed. Do I move for it to be closed? I move to amend the credentials report to that number, 2,486.
Without objection, we will adopt the credentials report before we move into balloting. Seeing none, that's accepted.
As the credentials chair, I move to close credentialing at this time.
Yeah, it's closed. We're good. Okay, thank you, Tina. Okay, Josh, you're up.
Okay, the beauty here is that you don't have to get out of your seat, at least most of you, so balloting should now be open on the leadership races. For those of you that need assistance, the credential desk where you received your credential, there's some computers there that you can use to vote if you'd like. There's also 2 spots down here on the floor on either side of the stage. If you need help, you're welcome to come down there as well. Yep, or your neighbor, you know, one device can be used for different votes, but again, each code, each card is unique to each of you that when you checked in and received your credential. And I just closed the presidential straw poll and just opened the leadership ballots.
Thank you, Josh. Okay, so while we're completing balloting, we are now doing binding business right now, so we cannot participate in any other binding business. So with that, while we are participating in binding business, before we can move on to the resolutions, we're going to bring some more speakers on stage to be respectful of their time and who have been waiting all day. So with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage Attorney General Sean Reyes.
Thank you. My fellow delegates, one of my favorite movies called 300 tells the story of 300 brave Spartan warriors and their king Leonidas, who held off a massive Persian army at the Battle of Thermopylae so the rest of the Greek army could escape. In the film, a messenger from the Persian emperor arrives in Sparta to demand the surrender of the city. When Leonidas refuses and threatens him, the messenger exclaims, "This is madness." The king responds with swift force, replying, "This is Sparta." Leonidas knew. He knew at that point there was no going back. War was upon them. Like the Spartans, we in Utah just want to live in peace, work hard, raise our families, serve each other without threats to our liberties and our safety. But more and more, war seems to be upon us. Now, I don't mean war with bombs and tanks, but in many ways, a war that is equally dangerous. To be clear, I am not condoning violence nor hatred. I strongly believe in the ideal of loving one's enemies, but that does not mean letting them take away what is most precious to us. Thank you. So when people move into our state because it's clean, it's safe and well run, and then try to turn us into California, I want to say, no, this is Utah. When the Biden administration waged war on small businesses, trying to force vaccines upon them, we never accepted defeat here. You stood with me like Spartans. We led the legal battle all the way to the United States Supreme Court, striking down those mandates permanently. We are not beholden, ladies and gentlemen, to Washington, D.C. This is Utah. When our children are exposed to pornography in libraries and on social media, isn't that an attack on them and on us? And why does your AG fight back so hard to protect kids? Say it with me, ladies and gentlemen. This is Utah. When the federal government tries to kill our energy sector, why have I sued? Not just for energy independence, but for energy dominance, because this is Utah. When they threaten our religious liberties, Second Amendment rights, and the lives of unborn children, you, my fellow delegates, are the 300 to stand with me. When they force more regulation, more monuments, and failed public lands and border policies upon us, the AG's office is the last line of defense. And when ESG puts trillions of dollars of your retirement money at risk, we are leading a federal lawsuit with 25 total states to shut it down. Why is this small state, few in number, leading out? Because this is Utah. But a word of caution. The Spartans were betrayed, sold out by one traitor in their ranks. He would not stand with them. He naively believed the enemy cared for him. He doomed his brothers in arms. Let us be wary of those among us who put their own ego and agenda before the interests of our party. Near the end of the movie 300, the Persians threaten to blot out the sun with their arrows of war. In reply, Sparta says, "Then we shall fight in the shade." Sometimes today, the arrows of socialism, of victim and identity politics, of entitlement, cancel culture, and wokeness seem to blot out the sun. But we are Republicans, the party of Lincoln, and we won't stop fighting regardless the odds, because faith, family, and freedom are what we fight for here. This is our inspiration. This is our time. This is our country, and this is Utah. Thank you, and God bless you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, everybody. Thank you, AG Reyes. We sure appreciate that. All right. We have more than half of the ballots in already. We're continuing to tabulate those. While we're doing that, we're going to hear from Representative Blake Moore. Just kidding. We're going to hear from Burgess. Welcome to the stage, Burgess Owens.
Hey guys, all right, what a morning already. Just want to say, first of all, before I get started, thank you so much. This is part of my journey I never had anticipated, but to be part of this remarkable team, remarkable delegation that goes back and represents DC, has just been a true honor. And to experience the true Utah way. For those who have kind of seen a lot of chaos, that we see around our government right now, I want you to know it's not by accident. It's there on purpose. As a real quick reminder, back in 1966, there's something called the Clowin-Piven strategy. Two Marxists. Their goal was to end poverty by doing a couple things, to overwhelm the system so much, there's so much more poverty and misery that the American people will demand welfare and a minimum wage. What we're seeing today is the idea and the ideology of cultural Marxism that believes in one simple thing. You steal people's hope, you destroy their soul. And that's what we're seeing today. But there's good news. First of all, the American people are seeing it. And the American people have an answer for it. Just so you know, when I talk about chaos, this is how it looks. It's a devious attack on faith, family, the free market, and education. Look at what they're doing. They attack faith. There are now churches paying millions of dollars in California because they decided to open during COVID. The attack on small business, when all of a sudden business employees are paid more to stay home than go to work. The attack on the parents, turning them to terrorists because they stand up for their children. Attack on our kids, CRT, to teach them to be racist and to look at folks from outside in instead of inside out. Attack on our sovereignty at our border, where crime and overwhelming cities like Salt Lake City is soon to be happening. Attack on our seniors, our poor, our families with inflation. Attack on our women. Imagine this, that now have to compete against men, or they think they will. And I'll tell you the other piece of this is attack on our young boys. When you have young boys who look at women and girls as homeboys, not the women, not the womanhood, not the motherhood that truly defines what Christ talks about, the pure love of Christ, that's where we find that. And when we have our young boys not understanding that, they will not stand up for it and fight for that. Let me tell you what the Marxists left forgot, because they never knew this. They forgot what's in the American DNA. They forgot the history of our pilgrims, our pioneers that came to settle Utah, the immigrants that came through New York Harbor because they wanted hope, they wanted freedom, they wanted opportunity to live their American dream. They forgot the biggest power of this American people, something called we the people. That when you start crossing certain lines, that we're going to say no to that. When you start messing with our kids, we're going to say no to that. When you start seeing Mama Bear showing up, you know game's over. We've been a country that's always been about our kids, about our future. Let me tell you what I grew up with as I wrap this up, and I'm going to tell you a real quick Raider story. As young boys, this is what we were taught back in the day. Back in the day, we had patriots coming back from World War II. Back in the day, we had a generation that was building our great country. We were taught that young men, if you want to be successful, you want to be happy, if you want to have a legacy where people behind you are glad you survived, glad you lived, learn a few things. What you learn is you love God, country, family, respect women, and authority. You do that, and you got yourself a good way. Now, I'm going to say this to young ladies. Young ladies, it's going to be up to you. You got to raise the bar, my friends. You got to raise the bar. No more accepting whiners, weenies, and wimps. Even though they might look good right now, give them a couple decades, and they will not be as good looking as they are right now. So here's what you got to do, young ladies. Make sure that you only accept young men who love God, country, family, respect for women, and authority. You do that, and we win. I'm going to apologize ahead of time for those who've heard my Raider story, but this is so Utah, I got to tell it again. I played back with the Raiders. I know I have so many young people in here who have no clue, but the Raiders used to win football games all the time, all the time. We were a team of second chances. We were the team that if you're too old, too rambunctious, too wild, too crazy for the rest of the NFL, you're just right for the Raiders. Because they had this culture. This culture was you put your foot on that field and you owed it to your teammates to do your very, very best. It was a culture that did not care about self, but about team. It was a culture that says that no matter what position you played, you stepped on that field. We had a young man's name, Ray Guy. Ray Guy would step on the field as a punter, kick from our 10-yard line to their 10-yard line and turn things around just like that. And every position felt the same way. My only thing when I walked on the field as a Raider was I did not want to be the weak link. Let me tell you what's happening in our country right now. Our country's waking up. We're coming out of our freedom bubble, realizing that we're under attack. And what the left has no idea about is once the American people realize that freedom's at stake, you won't find a better first line runner to that fight. That's who we are. So those Raiders, what we did was, it didn't matter what position you were on. At the end of the day, you stepped on the field, you gave everything you could, and because of that, we ended up winning Super Bowl 15. Let me say what's happening across this country. American people are waking up. They're coming off the sidelines. They're coming off out of the stands. They're saying, you know what, my talents do matter. I might not be a big speaker. I might not be someone who can gather a crowd, but I could do something. I could be that person who's nice to that someone who's asking those questions. My talent counts. And I'll tell you what, my friends, we step on the field, give everything we have, whatever that is, and you represent that right now. Whatever it is, we end up coming out with what Al Davis said when I truly believe he had a vision of Utah. We just win, baby, and we're gonna get that done. So listen, this is our moment. Go through the process you're going through right now. This is healthy. This is what it's all about. When we come together at the very end, we realize that we the people, talking together, working together, compromising, and figuring out our vision about how we get our kids in a better place, we win. So thanks so much. Thanks for the opportunity, my friends. Let's keep this thing going, and let's just win, baby.
Thanks, buddy. You too. Thank you, Congressman Owens. Okay, they gave me the order backwards. It was supposed to go 1, 2, 3, 4, but apparently in D.C. they can't count, so we're going 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, we're going to hear from Congressman John Curtis.
Hey, okay, can I have a serious moment first? On the way driving here this morning, Chris Stewart reached out to me, and he told me that he would be unable to be here because of a family medical emergency. And I know Chris very well, and you know him very well, and you know there's very few things that would keep him from being here with you today, but he asked me to express these exact words to you. I'm sorry I can't be there, and I love and appreciate them and will continue to work and fight for them. So, I just want you to know, from my perspective, I get to know all 435 members pretty well. There is not a better human being in Congress than Chris Stewart. There is nobody that fights for you more than Chris Stewart, and those of you in his district are very lucky to have him. Okay. Now, I want you to know, we took a very official poll in my booth this morning as to the top issues that you were concerned about. Issue number 1, my facial hair. Issue number 2, the debt and spending. And issue number 3, accountability. I'm going to not touch on issue number 1, but issue number 2 and issue number 3 very quickly. I am so pleased. You know, I've been in Congress 5 years. And for 5 years, I have not seen a single serious attempt to rein in our spending. That's with both Republican leadership and Democrat leadership. This week, when we go back, your delegation will vote on a deal that we want to put in front of Biden that will reduce the deficit by $4.5 trillion. I believe we can do that if we stick together. We need to get 218 of us, and I've never seen in my 5 years us functioning better as a Republican conference in Washington, D.C. To do that, guess what? We eliminate 87,000 IRS agents. Yeah. How about replacing them with 87,000 customer service agents at the IRS? Right? To do that, we get rid of his student loan forgiveness program. Right? You sign a contract, you pay the debt. All right, let's talk about accountability a little bit. We've been, as a Congress, 100 days. I want to share some numbers with you in those 100 days. 238 hearings. One day we had 42 hearings. What's more important, 237 Biden officials have had to come before us to testify. 546 oversight letters have been sent out, and 34 subpoenas in the first 100 days. We've passed really important legislation. I want to touch on just a couple. Have you heard about the Rein In Act? We've passed it through the House. It requires the president to make a statement about the inflationary impact before he does an executive order. We passed H.R. 1, which will reduce the price of fuel at the pump, and it will put Vernal ahead of Venezuela, Roosevelt ahead of Russia, and Castledale ahead of China. And you'll love this, Utah. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights, guaranteeing that parents would have the right to know what's being taught in schools, the right to be heard, the right to see the budget, and the right to the privacy of their children. In conclusion, I hope you all know it's an honor to serve you. I wake up every morning, and before I go to bed every night, I ask myself how I can best represent this district. Thank you for letting me serve. Thank you very much.
All right. So I know you've got a point of personal privilege back here. Can I wait till I get some people up here that I can better answer your question before we ask it?
I've already asked many questions.
Can we get the floor mic turned on? How about now?
I've already asked many questions
Okay.
about this, and I have verification that you do not need to be present in order to vote.
Okay. Duly noted. We'll get our elections people up here. We'll discuss that. While we're doing so, we're going to turn the time over. We got one more of our
People want
federal
to know what
delegates.
happened, and I will tell you. One of my fellow delegates left. She left about about an hour ago after she had been credentialed, and she is gone. She is back in Davis County. She verified that she voted to me.
Duly noted. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, with that, we're going to turn the time. If you want to talk to me, go to the mic. Don't yell. Like, I can't do anything when you just sit and scream. It doesn't do anybody any good. Okay, with that, Congressman Blake Moore.
Folks, I'm here for obvious reasons. I'm here for a lot of reasons, but I sincerely want to be here to tell you thank you. Ever since the first convention I was in, I've had a chance to go and work on what is my main thing and what I know is our nation's biggest challenge. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it, but before I say anything else and before anything gets drowned out with my comments, I just wanted to say thank you, because every single day I get up, I'm working on my main thing. So one thing's clear, and it is ever clear every single day that I'm in this role, is that conservatives unquestionably have the right policies to strengthen families, create opportunity, empower individuals, free our minds, build tight-knit communities, raise resilient children, and allow American entrepreneurship and innovation to thrive and prosper. You know, I am honored to serve Utah's 1st District and work with you on legislative advancements for Hill Air Force Base. Great Salt Lake was important these last few years. Parents' rights in school, hunting and wildlife issues. Like, I'm thrilled that I've been able to find a very productive lane. In my first term in Congress, I was able to find that very, very productive lane, and I love that about that job. But what keeps me up at night is knowing what my children will soon face because of the federal government's incompetence today. History teaches us that great empires collapse when they're overextended. And if Congress does nothing to address our debt and deficits, in the next 10 to 15 years, when my sons are earning their first paycheck, 50 cents on every dollar they pay in taxes will go to just paying interest. Not investing in anything, not even paying down the debt, just paying interest. Our debt has doubled in the last 10 years, but our GDP has only increased by half. Our $31 trillion of debt and pandemic spending levels are threatening our military, our trust funds, and essentially our entire economic prosperity. So Congress' choices over debt and government spending over the next 10 years will define America's continued leadership and prosperity. It will determine whether we are more interested in political glut and partisan warfare than the future of our children and the strength of our country. And again, you are giving me an opportunity to work on what I know is my main thing. The good news is, though, we've been here before. After our 2 world wars and most of the 20th century, America was successful in lowering our debt to GDP ratio. Today, we have a debt to GDP ratio that matches World War II levels without a World War II catastrophic event. And we are again at a crossroads, and I call it an inflection point. Again, this is my main thing. And every time I talk to you all, every time I try to put a survey out or host a town hall, particularly with delegates and actually with the general population, this is the resounding issue that I hear. That debt and deficit is our main issue. I fought everything I could to get onto the Ways and Means Committee, which controls the vast majority of all of our debt drivers, and I gave everything I have. To do that by the time I was on my second term is my plan to be able to work with this. I'm working closely with House leadership to address this issue. Representative Curtis talked about some of the specific bills. I won't repeat that, but we are working directly to reverse this issue. This week's gonna be an opportunity for us to once again, and we did it when we won the election in November to take the majority. Just by winning the election, we forced Biden to rescind the COVID mandate for our military. So we have had a chance, 4 or 5 different specific issues, to force Biden to do things he doesn't want to do, and we have another opportunity to force President Biden to the negotiating table rather than just continue to be pushed around by the Democrat left wing, who basically controls a person that would want to do something otherwise. We will have that opportunity again to use our majority to push him to do that. But here's it. Here's the thing. The most important part. It's critical for our party of fiscal discipline, patriotism, and cultural resilience to win elections. Our politics must match the strength of our optimism, the strength and spirit of our policies. For our politics to match our policies, we must share the aspirational vision for how our country can thrive, teach the story of American exceptionalism, use service to renew young people's commitment to citizenship, and rest on our responsibility and to be able to achieve the American dream. And it's not just the next election that we need to win, but we need to win the next 10. And with that leadership, we must make the bold, responsible decisions to avoid the economic and geopolitical consequences that we are ahead of if we do not course correct. So, in summary, I'm in this fight. I'm in this fight for the 1st District. I am in this fight for our amazing state. I'm in this fight for our nation. But what keeps me motivated and getting up every single day to work on and address our main thing is I'm in this fight for my 4 boys. That is all I care about. In this crazy world where everything is so convoluted and so loud, I focus on the fact that my boys need a future. And if we do not reverse our debt to GDP like we've done before, then that future is diminishing. Thank you for helping me lead in this effort. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you, Congressman. We appreciate it. Get home with your family. Thank you. Okay, some people are wondering why we're having people speak right now. That is because balloting is still open. We cannot conduct any other official business right now while balloting is open. So I'm going to go over here.
It's not on. Oh,
there
it's
we
on.
go.
Point of information.
Okay.
Are people allowed to vote from outside this physical location?
Great question. No.
Point of order. We have 2 confirmed people now who are voting from outside of Utah County.
Okay, here's the problem. We as Republicans, I thought we valued ourselves on being honest. This is no different than handing your credential off to somebody else. So let me tell you, shame on those people who are out there breaking the rules.
Right, but if our elections are not secure, it's worth the extra steps to have our votes count.
Right. I don't disagree with you, but what I'm saying, I've seen it in the past where somebody will leave their credential with a family member and they will vote as well. This is no different, and I'm telling you, if we're not the honest party, then what do we have left? We got 2 dishonest parties.
Point of information.
I don't think it matters whether we're honest
Point
or
of personal
dishonest.
privilege.
Point of personal privilege, Tina Horlocker, Syracuse 27. I don't really think the issue is whether we're honest or dishonest. As the state central, I'm a state central committee member, we did vote for paper ballots. The convention committee ignored that instruction. On top of that, it does not matter if I can verify my vote. What matters is if I can verify the tally of the vote. It's not how I vote, it's who counts the vote that matters.
We're now venturing out of scope because we've already debated the rules. We've already debated this elections. Okay.
Point of information, thank you.
Point of information.
Thank you. Chris Thompson, Clearfield 13. My point of information would revolve around the fact that we have accusations there are people outside of our body who have voted. What do the rules state if that happens? And if that rules state that those credentials need to be cut down, then can we get a re-credential of how those people have been removed from the vote total, or they're just accusations? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So just like any other year, when people are leaving the building, we have to go on the honor system that they're going to leave their credential and drop their credential off. If they don't do that, that is on them, and we would run into the same problem whether it's paper or not. Aaron.
Point of information. Is it possible for people to gather the credentials and the QR codes as people are leaving?
Yeah, please do. By all means, if you're leaving the building.
Do we have volunteers to man the exits, or is that not feasible?
No.
Point of personal privilege.
Sure we can.
Clearfield 13. My personal point of privilege is just asking that those who are wishing to and have concerns about election integrity, if they can come visit the election committee to give the names of the people who have left, or we're just living with accusations and that the body doesn't deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Grease. Appreciate that. Okay, we got one last speaker. I am sorry to leave him last because I really like this guy. Please bring to the stage Auditor John Dougal.
Good afternoon, delegates, the diehards. It's great to be with you. Reagan summed up government's view of the economy in a few short phrases. If it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. And if it stops moving, subsidize it. Unfortunately, Utah government still taxes too much, regulates too much, and subsidizes too much. In Utah, we should have the lowest taxes, the fewest barriers to job creation, the greatest educational freedom, the freest markets, and the most frugal government. Do you agree? Man is not free unless government is limited, taught Reagan. We'll have a brighter future as we champion freedom and fiscal responsibility. And with that, I'll be frugal with your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Auditor Dougal. Thanks for joining. He's a good guy. You just got to watch him when you're around your money. That being said, is there anybody who has yet to vote? Anybody? Okay, going once, going twice. So, vote balloting is closed. Thank you very much.
Just a quick question.
Yep, name and county.
I was wondering, a point of inquiry, did the party pay for Ron DeSantis to come give us a presidential speech?
Oh, that's a good point. No, actually, everything was donated, and this was all a gift to the party. So thank you, Ron DeSantis. Okay, we will get...
Hello? Excuse me.
Yep.
We have a phone that has not registered the vote. It's been submitting for a long time.
Right down there.
I'm confused. Yeah, come up here to our help desk here and let them work
She's
through it.
needing help with voting.
Okay, yeah, come up here. Okay, let us get through this one. She was waiting in line when I said going once, going twice, so we'll let her get her vote in. Make sure every vote is counted. Let's go here.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Stephen Moore, North Logan, Precinct 1.
Thank you.
I don't doubt any of the elections. Let me back up. I've been to many of these conventions. There's always been a headache with the actual voting process. The clickers, this has been questionable. I haven't been able to verify my vote, but I believe it's gone through. I don't believe we've ever had a corrupt election. I don't believe it's been tampered with. In the state of Utah, in this convention,
Yeah.
I do feel that there are a number of people who question that. And I appreciate the efforts of the committee that put together all of these alternate ballot processes, but that did not follow policy. My recommendation, sir, to the new generation of leadership, let's go back to paper.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to get her helped out really quick over here. Make sure that everybody gets the opportunity. You good? Okay, help desk clear. We're good. So with that, give us just a second to unlock this, get everything tied down, and we'll have your results right here shortly. While we're waiting for that, once again, efficiency. So we will have the ballots very shortly. Can we get this screen up? Our treasurer, Marlo Oaks. Who knows Marlo Oaks and his war on ESG? We are extremely blessed and lucky. As one of our things, my very first meeting as state party chair was when we elected Marlo to serve as treasurer. It's one of the best things we've done because he has been absolutely phenomenal. We're working on getting his video. When we get it, we'll try to show you. He couldn't be here today. They had something scheduled for a long, long time in advance, well in advance of what we had here at the convention. So as soon as we get our technical folks on it, we will. Yeah. James, anybody? There we go.
Thank you for your important service to our state. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you today. I have unfortunately had a commitment on my calendar for several months. Many of you have heard me share my concerns about ESG. Today I would like to switch gears a little bit and talk about the other initiatives and accomplishments of my office. My office oversees and manages the public funds of the state. We have nearly $35 billion in investment assets in the Treasurer's office, including over $1.2 billion in long-term endowment-like portfolios and $33 billion in the Public Treasurer's Investment Fund, the PTIF. This money belongs to more than 700 public entities, including cities, counties, universities, and the state. When I started 2 years ago, we had one investment person. Our biggest risk was what I called UTA risk, or the risk that this employee would be hit by a bus. My number one goal when taking office was to ensure we had the appropriate resources dedicated to this critical function. I'm happy to report we have increased our investment team to 8 professionals, including internal and external resources. Importantly, these costs are paid for by investment earnings. The PTIF is a money market fund. In other words, this is highly liquid and safety of principal is of primary importance. In 2022, I instructed our investment staff to begin paring back our corporate bonds, a large portion of which includes bank exposure. We have gone from an 85% allocation in corporate bonds to about 40%. When Silicon Valley Bank collapsed last month, I slept well at night knowing our corporate exposure was lower. We are in a better position today to navigate the potential economic uncertainties ahead. Last year, my office released Utah's first debt affordability study. It is my hope that the debt affordability study will assist in maintaining Utah's legacy of fiscal responsibility while also addressing essential capital needed for Utah's growing economy. In addition, my office administers the state's unclaimed property program. Last year, we reunited lost money with more owners than ever before. This legislative session, we passed a bill allowing us to securely match data with the Tax Commission. We will now be able to send checks for properties under $2,000 with sufficient data. We estimate up to $100 million could be returned to Utahns automatically through this streamlined process. As state treasurer, I serve on 20 boards and commissions. I'm grateful for the opportunity to weigh in on the functions of so many different areas of the state. One of the boards I chair is the School and Institutional Trust Fund Board. Public schools will receive a historic $101 million distribution this year. Each school decides how to use this money. Voters will decide next year on a constitutional amendment to increase the annual distribution limit. This will allow for better balanced funding between current and future school children. I encourage you to vote yes. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve this great state and look forward to engaging with you as I continue my service as state treasurer.
Thank you, Marlo. We're sorry he couldn't be here with us today. He is a state treasurer. We're glad to have him. So with that, voting is closed. We've got everybody cleared out. So we're going to turn this over to Josh. And he's actually going to walk you through the process so that you can see. If we can pull this HDMI up on this table here again, And we'll actually go through and show you how this works so that maybe we can make those of you who are uncomfortable feel a little bit better about it so that we can see what happens here. So Josh. Yep.
So there's been some questions about how this system works. Actually, the tally, and if people asked about the tally actually takes place every time you open the election status webpage. So your device, your browser, is tallying the votes every time you look at them. And when you go to the election status website, which is linked in the confirmation page after you were done voting, you'll be able to see the results. And so right now, what I'm doing is I'm opening the ballot box. I'm unlocking all of the encrypted ballots. So ballots were issued to you randomly. We don't know who got what ballot. We just gave each of you one ballot. We're not trying to
Point of
link
order,
your
Mr.
identity.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, point of order. Did we not modify the agenda that at this point in time we're supposed to be voting on the referendums and the flag? Are we not supposed to be doing that?
We just barely closed business, so while we were waiting, but it took so long to get it here, we are on to counting ballots. Once these are done, we are on to those things.
Yeah, we're going to show you the results. So all of you are the poll watchers. All of you are poll watchers. And then you'll be able to see the results. So now that those are unlocked, each of you in your device will be able to go to the election status page and you'll be able to see the tally, okay? So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair, and you can continue with the business. Everybody will be able to see the tally as soon as the ballots are unlocked.
Thank you. Okay, if that's what we want to do, let's do it. So we will wait for those results to come in. Now we have concluded official business. We're going to move on.
Point of information.
Point of information, Carice.
Thank you, Clearfield 13, Carice Thompson. Quick question. Does that still fall on the aspect of secret ballot because those are numbers that are still identifiable individuals?
Correct. So every of those cards that you received was anonymous to you. Nobody could have two of those unless you were letting somebody else scan your ballot. Nobody else can have that. So those numbers are specifically identified to each one of you. They were randomized in a box and nobody knows who's got what. So yes, you with your card can then take your number and go check your ballot, but nobody else knows who's got it. Okay, so with that, we will move on to Constitutional Proposal 1. While we're waiting for that, we have to bring up Jordan Tusher for the Constitutional, for the C&B Committee to give his report on this before we can convene to work on this proposal.
All right. So I am Jordan Tusher. I am the chair of the State Central Committee, Constitution and Bylaws Committee. And just to start, I wanted to thank the great service of the committee that we've had for the last 2 years. The committee has been composed of Emily Diaz-Avedo-Brown from Salt Lake County, Andy Perucci from Salt Lake County, Adley Elison from Washington County, Daniela Harding from Davis County, Peter Greathouse from Millard County, and Lisa Sandberg from Washington County. We have vetted every constitutional and bylaw change that has been proposed in the State Central Committee. And we didn't always agree on everything, but we worked really hard to continue to keep the party moving forward. And I really appreciate the work that this committee has done, and I would appreciate if this committee, or this group would recognize them with an applause. So there was one constitutional amendment that was submitted properly before this convention that has been noticed. You'll find it on page 20 of the brochure here. This is the Precinct State Delegate Allocation Amendment constitutional amendment, and it has been passed already with a 2/3 vote of the State Central Committee, which moved it onto this body to be adopted. This proposal would provide a second way for county parties to allocate their assigned state delegates to their precincts. It follows a method that many county parties already utilize. The proposal also recognizes that at times county parties are unable to utilize the relative Republican strength formula due to the changing precinct boundaries and new precincts. It provides an alternative measure for them to use in these cases. We reviewed this amendment as a Constitution and Bylaws Committee and came forth with a unanimous recommendation to adopt the amendment. Our recommendation is that this proposal be adopted. It provides more flexibility to county parties in how they allocate state delegates to individual precincts, following methods already utilized by many of the counties. It provides consistency for how state delegates are allocated across the state. It also acknowledges that due to changing precinct boundaries, the relative Republican strength formula is impossible to use. It provides that under such circumstances, the county parties may utilize registered Republicans as the measure of Republican strength. So, Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt this constitutional amendment, the precinct state delegate allocation methods. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Page 23.
Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Where are
Chris
we?
Knoll.
Aaron. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm going to make a motion. You can talk about it later. I motion to suspend bylaw 7.5. It's in the form of a rule of order. It's the bylaw that forces us to have certain rules that won't let us amend these proposals as a deliberative body, and I can speak to that.
Okay, so his proposal was we suspend, right? Suspend rule. Which
Bylaw
one?
7.5, the opening statement of bylaw 7.5 says that we're not allowed to suspend the rules during convention.
Okay.
So I need to suspend this bylaw.
Just a second, this is going to get a little hairy.
So yeah, point of parliamentary inquiry to look that up.
7.5.
Yeah.
Which one in 7.5?
Is this the beginning, I believe, that says the rules may not be suspended? Yeah, it says the applicable convention rules herein shall not be altered or suspended.
Okay. Okay, so it's in the preamble.
So I actually have to suspend this, and that's a 2/3 vote, and then I have to suspend the rules, which is another 2/3 vote.
Mr. Chair, point of order on
Okay,
that
point of
request.
order. We'll go here and I'll come back to Aaron.
This, the proposal or the suspension of the change in the Constitution is not in the bylaw, so that particular rule doesn't apply. But I would like to substitute that request.
Ah, this is going to be fun.
Did you want to go first, Arnold?
Okay, yeah, because some rules can be suspended, but this is actually like...
This is in the form of a rule of order.
Okay.
This bylaw 7.5.
But you can't suspend all of the rules. Which rule
No,
are we
just-
wanting to suspend?
Just the part that says the convention rules cannot be suspended.
Okay.
The very first line.
But, okay, which rule are you going to want to suspend in the convention rules is what I'm getting at.
Well, the one that says that the Constitution or bylaw amendments may not be modified.
Okay.
So
Okay, now we have a starting point.
It allows us to amend the constitutional amendment to make it more palatable to some so we can get it passed. In a different way? I can relinquish my motion if Chris Knoll has a different motion.
So here's judgment. So we don't actually have to worry about the convention, the bylaw part of it, because this is applying to those set of rules. When it talks about those, it's applying to 7.5 on this particular rule. So we can just suspend this rule if you want
thank
from the
you.
convention rules.
Thank you.
So then we don't have to do it 6 times.
Yeah, let's do it just
Okay,
once.
so which rule in the convention rules would you like to suspend?
The part that says that you can't have floor amendments to
Okay.
constitutional proposals.
Just give me a number.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, point of parliamentary
Right here.
inquiry.
Yes, sir. Bill, Weber County, Bill Olson, North Ogden, 3rd, 12. When you suspend the rules, you don't choose what rules you suspend. You suspend all of the delegates, all of the chamber's rules.
No, I'm pretty sure I can suspend
No,
one.
he's just choosing one. Hey, you can suspend all rules, but he is choosing a single rule to suspend.
But suspending the rules means suspending the rules.
Yeah, we're suspending a rule, not the rules.
Parliamentary inquiry. Parliamentary inquiry, young lady.
Okay, go.
Could you please give us advice on that?
I don't know, I missed that. What was that?
I asked for a parliamentary inquiry. I would like the assistance of the parliamentarian to not give us a ruling, but give us the rule that she's citing so that we can make a decision.
Does he not want to make an amendment anymore? So that's what I'm trying to allow him to do.
Okay, this is going to take a 2/3 vote because we're actually rescinding a single rule.
that's
So
what I wanna do.
what's happening here? But just know, everybody, when we're burning through this, we're burning up the allotted time that is set forth to talk about these. So we're actually...
Well, let's vote on it then.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, okay, you don't choose what rules you suspend. You either suspend the rules or you don't. But I will yield my time and get back to the order of business.
Thank you, appreciate that. So make your motion and have somebody second it.
I motion to suspend the rule that says that we cannot amend this constitutional proposal.
And I second it.
Okay.
Oh, they get this.
Okay, which one is it? Number H? So H5. So we are looking to rescind Rule H5 to basically suspend that rule. So we are voting to rescind H5. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that we can make amendments to said proposal.
Correct.
Okay, everybody got that. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
I can make a quick...
Mr. Chair, I have, oh, sorry.
Okay.
My discussion is
Let's
that...
go here. Oh,
yeah, go
sorry.
ahead, Chris.
He has to speak to his motion first, then we'll go here.
Yeah, it's probably a lot the same. Let's get this done. This just allows us to submit an updated proposal for this constitutional amendment. And I'd like to do that because we can make it better and then we can pass it, which I think we need to pass. So.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks.
Go here.
Arnold Gaunt from Weber County, and I advise not approving this suspension of the rules, this change. This, take a look at this, because there isn't time to get into the details, but this is a deeply flawed proposal. This lays it out for you specifically as to what those problems are, and if anything, this needs to be referred back to the committee for more work. This is not the solution to the problem.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's go, point of order over here.
Mr. Kirby Glad, Utah County, suspension of the rules is not a debatable motion. We should move directly to a vote.
Okay, so, Mr. Glad, we are not actually suspending this rule, we're rescinding it at this point, which is debatable.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, where are we at?
Mr. Chairman.
I need somebody in favor of
I am
the
in
motion.
favor.
Let's go. Which one of you want to go in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay, go in favor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Salt Lake County has a unique issue that must be solved before 2024 with our representational disparity that's impacting the entire state, as Salt Lake County wields 30% of all the state delegates in Utah. I would like to make a motion, if this passes, that will allow us to propose a solution to that I believe that most of the people are not fully aware of, but they will support.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I need somebody against.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, parliamentary inquiry.
Can we have the parliamentarian review the proposed amendment to see if it's within scope, to see if suspending the rules is even worth our time?
We're not suspending, we're rescinding.
Sorry, rescinding.
I'd like to speak against changing the rules.
All right, just a minute. Let me make. Okay, So within the proposed amendment that we've all seen, part of it is within scope and part of it is without scope. So within the amendment, we would then again have to go through that and determine what is in scope and what is out of scope. So in my ruling here, I believe we finished debate on whether or not to rescind the rule, and then we move on from there. Okay, so this is a 2/3, so we have one more for and one more against. Is there anybody to speak for rescinding the rule?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
James Mackley from Weber County, CPN 01. I call the question on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question has been called. So this will end debate on rescinding the rule. So
Request for information.
Okay, point of information.
Marie Nucitelli, Lehigh 318. I'm not sure I understand what is being proposed here, and there's a discussion about, isn't there a certain number of days for a proposal to have to be submitted to bring to the body, and would that circumvent this in order to make the amendment? And would this open, if we vote for this, would this open the possibility that we could change anything in the Constitution or bylaws?
Exactly.
No, because this was submitted prior and timely. We don't take anything from the floor.
My question is
except
like
for
the
amendment.
amendment pieces to it. Would
No,
that,
because the amendments have already been submitted.
the amendments to the amendments.
Okay, yeah, so that's exactly the answer I was looking for. So they can only amend things related to the proposal that was already submitted. So once it goes outside of scope of that, we can't amend any of that. So we're just amending words and language within the proposal that was already submitted.
Thank
so
you.
The question has been called on ending debate, so that's where we're going now. So those in favor, this 2/3 vote. Okay, this is a 2/3 vote on whether or not to stop debate. We're not voting on it, we're stopping debate on it. So those in favor of stopping debate on this, please raise your credential. Okay, you can put them down. Those opposed to ending debate, please raise your credential. Okay, that definitely goes through. Okay, so rescinding H5. So in your program, Rule H5 is the one we're talking about, rescinding. Those in favor of rescinding. So we're actually voting on rescinding this rule. I'll give you just a second to get to your... Where is it? Okay. Yeah, I'll give everybody a minute so they can take a look at it. So in your program, under the Utah Republican Party Convention Rules, H5 is the rule that we're looking to rescind. Page 12. Yeah, everybody go to 12. So this will allow, so what will happen is if we rescind this rule, it will allow for changes to be made to this constitutional change on the floor here. So what they're seeking to do is change some verbiage and a little bit of wording within that, but without this rule rescindment, we cannot continue with the amendments. Yeah, we can continue with the noticed one, but we can't make any amendments, so it would just be an up or down vote. So hopefully everybody's had a chance to look at H5. So those in favor of rescinding Rule H5 to allow for amendments, please raise your credential. Okay, those opposed to rescinding H5, please raise your credential. Okay, that fails. Okay. So now we are back to Constitutional Proposal 1 as was sent out in its original form.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, C&B committee to speak for it.
Peter Greathouse, I'm the one that wrote this on behalf of the C&B committee, so I'd like to speak as the
Get closer to the
sponsor.
mic, I can't hear you.
Okay, Peter Greathouse, Millard County. I am the one that wrote this on behalf of the C&B committee, so I'd like to speak as sponsor if I am allowed to do that.
Yeah, go ahead, 2 minutes to speak towards this. Peter is, the one who wrote this with the C&B committee, so go ahead, Peter, speak towards it. Oh, there you go.
Okay, we wrote this because there's a problem across the state, and different counties are using different methods to allocate the state delegates that the state party allocates to the county party The county party then has the authority to allocate those to the precinct level. This only deals with state delegates, not county delegates. It's only state. That is part of the thing. We need to make it so that the counties have more local control over how they allocate state delegates to the precincts in their counties. What works in Salt Lake County does not work in Paiute, Grand, Daggett County. So what we have done is we've expanded, given them one more method to allocate. And it's a method that's already been in use in multiple counties. And that is, instead of just straight Republican strength, they can do one per precinct if they choose, then use the Republican strength. So there are still guardrails on the side so they can't get off. But then in that year, when precincts are redrawn, we can't use relative Republican strength. We don't know who voted for who.
20 seconds.
And so we gave them that extra method of saying, hey, the best thing we've got, it's not perfect, is the number of registered Republicans in the precinct. But that's only in limited cases that they can do that. So I would urge you to vote for this, get more control back to your county party, where you will have more say in how they are allocated to the precincts.
Thank you. Is there anybody to speak again?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, let's go here.
Arnold Gaunt, Weber County. There was a lot to address in what was just said, but I'd like to focus on at least one part of it. Again, you got the yellow flyer, take a look at it for all of the details. But this proposal, if passed, is going to radically transform this party. This rule has been in place ever since this Constitution was adopted back in 1994. I was there when that happened. And it does affect county delegates because it only talks now about state delegates, and therefore there is no constraints on what happens with county delegates out of this change. You need to, I'm imploring all of the delegates here to be aware of that. The local control thing is another very misleading argument that's used for this. The existing Constitution provides for the ultimate local control. It says that uniformly across this state, your precinct and your right to elect delegates and right to receive your fair share of delegates is preserved and protected, and there is no alternatives to that. This creates alternatives to that, which ultimately means that your precinct is at risk if you pass this, and particularly at the county level, which will ultimately affect the state level because 158 people are elected by county delegates to control what goes on at the state level at the State Central Committee. So just be advised, do not be deceived. There is no exigent circumstances that require this thing to be adopted this time. Salt Lake County did just fine in 2022, and they can do just fine in 2024 without doing harm to our precincts.
Okay. Let's go over here.
Mr. Chairman, Lisa Sandberg, STG 52 in Washington County, also county party chair there. I'd like to speak for this amendment. Last year, when I was a newly elected chairman and the census came to Washington County, well, it came to all of the United States, but when the census, the numbers came and our precincts were redrawn. We literally had every single precinct redrawn and renamed. We no longer had relative strength formula information to be able to assign delegates. And I'm not the only county. If you talk to all the county chairs here, they're going to tell you all the same thing. That being the case, we could not use relative strength. We didn't have it. We didn't have the numbers to do it. So anybody who says that we've been doing this for years, county chairs have been breaking the rules for years because there is no way around it. Ballots do not go with when you move to a precinct, or when your precinct boundaries move. They don't follow you. There is no name attached to them. So when a ballot is a certain way and it goes to, and precincts are divided, you don't know which ballot goes to which precinct. So you cannot get that data. So I ask you to please vote for this and allow the county chairs the latitude to do what we've already been doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
I need somebody to speak against.
I speak against.
May I speak against?
Let's go here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lowell Nelson from Utah County. I want to give our delegates here a sense of what could possibly happen. But what isn't happening because of this rule, we have a constraint in the state party constitution that constrains the county parties to allocate those county delegate seats to the precinct level. In 2002, the Democrat Party of Tooele County allocated all of their state delegate seats to the Stansbury Park area so that they could elect Ron Allen, who was in a Senate race against Millie Peterson of Salt Lake County. Salt Lake County allocated their delegates uniformly throughout the county. Tooele County allocated all of their state delegate seats to the Stansbury Park where Ron lived. And thus 40% of the delegate vote in that Senate district was located in just 4% of the entire district. And he won the race. Now, we don't have that in the Republican Party because of this rule. Article 12 rule, it prevents this kind of mischief from going on in our party. And so we ought to be glad for that.
Right, right.
And finally, in Utah County, when we faced this problem in 2016, we were able to invite the members of precincts with no delegate strength, right? Zero, because they didn't deserve any delegate seat because they had zero strength. We invited them to attend a neighboring precinct's caucus so that their voice could be heard.
5 seconds.
And so please vote no on this Constitution amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as per the rules, we are out of time on debating this. We have exceeded our time limit for this. So,
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege, Bill Olson, Weber County.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to extend debate on this issue, and that's why we're here is to
Is there a
debate.
second?
Second.
Okay, for how long? We need a number.
Another 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. So the motion has been made and seconded to extend debate for 10 minutes. Okay, this is not debatable and it's a two-thirds. So those in favor of extending debate on this issue, please raise your credential. Okay, put them down. Those opposed to extending debate, please raise your credential. Let's say that one fails and let's move on to voting. Okay, yes, can we do that? We got to finish this first before we continue with binding business. That being said, nobody leave because we do have a second round of balloting that needs to be accomplished. And so nobody leave because we have to vote again on the election races. So don't leave. Okay, so we are back to voting because we are out of time and time has elapsed. We are back to voting on the amendment, Constitutional Proposals 1, Precinct and State Delegate Allocation Methods. Okay, this adoption, the amendment, it would require a majority vote again because the language was passed first in the State Central Committee. If you're in favor of the amendment, Constitution Article XII, number 12, Section 1A, that would amend how counties can allocate their state delegates and precincts, please raise your credential. So those in favor of adopting the proposal, Constitutional Proposal 1, those in favor of adopting this to the Constitution, please raise your credential. Okay, put them down. Those opposed to the adoption of Constitutional Proposal 1. Okay, there you have it. Thank you very much. The chair rules that that one fails, and we will move on to announcing results from round 1. Okay, so what we're going to do again, we are going to open up this, we're going to announce the results. They get 1 minute speeches, those who are left, which is, okay. So we're going to announce the secretary race first. So with 49.3% is Stafford Palmieri and Olivia Dawn with 37.7%. And Nicholas Compton with 26.7%. So, that being said, oh, sorry. There we go. 13%, sorry. I don't know why I said that. Okay, so we have Olivia and Stafford will go to the next round of balloting. Thank you, Nick Compton, for running. So the results of the treasurer's race. The winner is McKay Newell with 1,722 votes and 74%. Patrick Russo, 601 votes with 25.9%. Thank you both. McKay Newell is the winner in that race. So, as per, do we have both of our secretary candidates back here? Yeah, I think so. Okay, if we can get you both back behind the curtain, you get a 1 minute speech to follow this one up. We will go in the order that was predetermined draw, which would Stafford be first, followed by Olivia. So we welcome back to the stage for 1 minute speech before we vote again, Stafford Palmieri. She's on the phone.
Hello, state delegates. Thank you for sticking around for a second round in this race. It is true that I am one of those rare alien species of New York Republicans. But I want to tell you about my first campaign because I was 6 years old and I passed out flyers for Giuliani. It turns out that when you're very cute, it's very persuasive. But my background actually makes a big difference in what the secretary is supposed to be doing, because there's 3 ways that you can communicate. You can rally the troops, you can educate the troops, and you can recruit new troops. We spend a lot of time rallying the troops, and we need to focus more on educating the troops and recruiting new troops, not telling people that they're stupid because they disagree with us. It may make us feel better, but it will not make our state redder. I actually share an alma mater with Ron DeSantis. And when you are in the belly of the woke beast, you learn how to communicate with people who are different from you. Thank you for your vote. I'm Stafford Palmieri.
Thank you. Olivia, the next person on the stage, we'll welcome Olivia to give her 1 minute speech.
I am not someone to bend the rules. When pressured to do so, I have stood firm to our party documents. Sometimes, when you are over the target, you become the target. Thank you, Salt Lake Tribune, it's an honor. I am not a divider, I am a defender. I am the constitutionally conservative candidate in this race. Under Robert Axson, I will be allowed to serve to the fullest as party secretary. Olivia Dawn, thank you for your vote.
All right, with that, we've concluded both of those speeches. Balloting is open again, so feel free to vote. Once again, we cannot continue with binding business until this binding business is concluded. Okay, reminder too, if some people need some help, you can go up the bleachers and out to the help desk in the hall as well to be able to vote there as well. We can't go to the resolution until we close balloting. Can I have everybody's attention real quick? There's a few people that get neglected when it comes to stuff like this. When you're the state party chair, your spouse tends to get neglected quite frequently. And when you're the state party treasurer, your spouse tends to get neglected frequently because said treasurer is on the phone with said party chair every night till late in the evening. So tonight, we wanted to honor our wives, do something special for them. Amy, where's everybody? Kim, Mike Bird, come on. We sent my other 3 girls home with the in-laws, so they're here with us today. Go ahead. We'll let Daniela give it to them, but we thought to get them something nice for all the crap they put up with. Thank them for their service as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the people who need it most.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege.
Okay, where am I? Oh, there you are. Hi.
I just wanted to state that I found it very interesting that of the 12 official reports that were listed here, that Senator Romney was the only one not represented or chose not to send anyone to represent himself.
I appreciate that. So we did want to make mention. I did want to make mention. They reached out and said that they had a family event, as well as Chris Stewart. I want everybody to know, like, keep Chris Stewart in your thoughts and prayers. He's a great man. Had a family emergency today, so excuse those, but please keep Congressman Stewart. He is one of the greats. So keep him in your thoughts and prayers.
He said, well, I texted him.
All right, everybody, once again, for the sake of efficiency, I have chosen to come to you now and give you my report. This will be my final report as chairman. This will be something that you may remember for a while. I hope it is. Regardless, I've enjoyed serving with each and every one of you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve. Thank you for trusting me with the party. I believe we have exceeded expectations. But first off, there's a lot of people I want to thank. My wife and kids, as you first saw, the reason I do this is because I worry about my children and I worry about your children. My family at home that runs the ranch when I'm not there, I appreciate their service and sacrifice. My fellow party officers, they have been exceptional, and I want to thank them as well. And I would be remiss if I did not thank Sean Milne and this convention team for putting all this together. These things don't happen. There are thousands and thousands of countless calls, hours, things done, things printed. So please join me in a round of applause and thanking one more time our convention committee. I think most of you are old enough to remember 2 years ago when I was elected. For the following week after we were elected, there were 4 negative articles ran in local media saying how the party was going to be broke, defunct, and dysfunctional within 6 months. I'm proud to say, I believe we proved them wrong, folks. I guess we could call it fake news. The party is financially in the black. We kept every single seat in this past election, as well as picking up 3 House seats. And most importantly, many of you didn't know, but we picked up county commission seats in San Juan and Grand County that will forever change the face of southern Utah. So important, and a special thanks to John Curtis and his team who actually went down there to spend their own money and their own time to help win those seats to make sure that San Juan and Grand County's got a fair shake, and you can tell they appreciate it. Many of you remember the promise that I made, and that was no county left behind. And I feel like with this, we can say mission accomplished. It's been a pleasure of mine to serve all of you. It's not always an easy job, as you can see. It's not always an easy thing. But that being said, it's been very rewarding, and I've appreciated every minute of you. And watching the selfless sacrifice that comes with so many in this party, it's truly astounding, and it's truly humbling to watch. Many have asked what it is, what's next? Many have said, why don't you run again? And I've told many people that it's just time to put on a different hat. I believe that I've taken the party as far as I can take the party. With my skill set and the things that I have, I've done everything I can do to set the party on the right track, because my skills come with uniting people, trying to let people be heard, giving a voice to those who don't feel they have one, standing up for the grassroots and the voters who really matter. That is my skill set. But I look forward to what Rob Axon and his team can do here in the future. I'm extremely grateful for them. Many people have asked what lessons I've learned. What is the hardest thing and the most painful thing that I've had to learn? And I want you all to listen close, because this is important. Oftentimes in politics, the currency of politics is dishonesty and disloyalty. And that was a hard pill for me to swallow, because in the world where I grew up, my grandpa always said a man's word is all he has. And if you don't have that, you don't have anything. And so I believe that that is the way forward for here in the state. I would rather have somebody tell me the truth that I don't want to hear than the lie that they think I want to hear. And that seems to be prevalent in politics everywhere. When I ran the first time, my campaign slogan was something simple. It was a quote by Robert Frost, and it was, "Freedom lies in being bold." And I know that you all know that going forward. You all see it. You all feel it. As Governor DeSantis said, when you start getting out in front of things, everyone's going to start attacking you. And if we retreat, we have nothing left. So let's not do that. Let's continue on. Let's continue in boldness, and let's keep Utah red. In my life, I've kind of drawn a parallel. I spend a lot of time outside, out on the ranch, out on the farm. And in the evening, if you look off to the west, you're always going to see a star that shows up before everybody else. It often gets me nostalgic to say that that star is the most brave of all. It shows up first and shines, and the rest follow. And as the evening gets darker, the rest come forward. We have to be that star. We have to be that person to put ourselves out there. If you are not that person, find somebody to get behind, because they are out there. I hear many people say to me, well, these elected officials aren't that bad. Some of them aren't doing the wrong thing. But the question is, are they doing the right thing? We have to be proactive in our cause for freedom. It is no longer time to sit on our pockets and hope that things happen and say, oh, they're doing fine. It's okay. It's not okay. We have to be aggressive in the pursuit of freedom, and we have to continue to fight for that freedom that is ours. And I want to leave you all with this, because I believe that all of you understand how important this is, because you are here today. In the Declaration of Independence, it says that their powers are derived They are derived from the just powers of the consent to be governed. You are the ones who give your consent to be governed. You are the ones that get to tell government what to do. You are the ones who are in control of your destiny. You are the ones who can say no to ESG, no to transitioning children. We can protect our children in schools. We continue to fight for our children because it is because of you that government has any power. Good government begins and ends with you. If there are elected officials that you disagree with, work to get them unelected. If there are people who you want to be, if you want to run for office, do. If you don't, stand behind somebody you believe in and fight for that freedom you so desperately cling to. Keep fighting. Keep up the good work. As somebody on Twitter said a while ago, I can't wait until he is no longer a part of Utah politics because I'm tired of looking at the dumb hat. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, random Twitter user, but the hat's here to stay. Thank you all. God bless you all. God bless the Utah, and God bless the Republican Party here in this state. Thank you all again. It means the world.
How you doing, sir? Good, good to see you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, yeah.
Guys shouldn't do stuff like that. That's bad. With that, we're waiting for the final tabulations, then we can get on to the resolutions. We're going to turn the time over to Mike Bird for his report. We'll then move on to the resolutions, and we'll get done here. Thank you all.
I did not want to follow that up, but for the moment we've all been waiting patiently for, the financial update of the party. Actually, everybody stole my thunder, so clearly we are doing well. We are in the black. But I thought it would be good for you to all see. So 4 years ago, I was standing right here on this stage running for treasurer. And I had no idea exactly what I would be getting myself into. But I can tell you that I had no idea all of the friendships that I would develop along the way. And I'm very grateful for that. I just want to say thank you before I dive into this. 4 years ago, I had a chance to serve with Derek Brown, had a chance to serve with Aaron Starks, and I had a chance to serve with Rob Axon, as well as Kendra Seeley. And I appreciated learning from them and their friendships. In the last 2 years, I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to serve with Carson Jorgensen, with Jordan Hess, and with Olivia Dawn. I'm grateful for those friendships, and I am sad to see those go, but I'm actually even more excited to see the direction of the party. 4 years ago, I was young, and now I feel like I'm being phased out by even younger. So I wanted to just say, McKay, thank you. Even Patrick, two great treasurers that will be succeeding me. And McKay, we're excited for you and your future service. In 4 years, I'll just look at the amounts that we were able to bring through the party. I think it's important. We just talk about that we're in the black, but I think understanding how much money has come through the party is important and telling. And you'll see that in fiscal year 22 and 23, I just want to say under Carson's leadership, we have seen over $800,000 come through the party. How awesome is that? I just wanted to also take this time to just say how excited I am for the new leadership team. Rob Axon is a good friend, and him and I have served together. And though we were running against each other for a brief moment, I couldn't be more supportive of him and the vision that he has for this party. And I hope all of you will continue to support him. It's needed at this time. We leave these conventions and the excitement can wear off pretty fast. And so if there's anything that I would leave with all of you, it's continue to do what you're doing now. Continue to fight for our party. I will tell you that no dollar amount that comes through the party matters without the vision that we have and the priorities that we have to spend that money on. And I will tell you that the chance I had to be able to speak with so many of you during my time serving and even my time running is evident that we have to do more. And we have people now that are willing to serve, and we have energy. But I hope that this energy with our delegates and all of you does not stop here. I hope you continue to serve. 2024 is around the corner, and it needs every one of you, whether you are in this role or not, to make that difference. We have to, boots on the ground, work hard for our party if we want to continue to have avenues like we have today. Thank you so much. And I just want to say the last person I want to thank is my beautiful wife. Thank you for putting up with me and all of the craziness that can come with this role. I love you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to serve. I appreciated it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Bird. Okay, where did Josh go? How many we got left? 2 minutes, okay. 2 minutes, we can close balloting, and then we can move on to the work. Let's go over here. Can we get a floor mic?
Hello?
Yeah, buddy.
So this is Juan, LA41. Juan Valdez. I just have a point of personal privilege that I wanted to make real quick. I just want to say it's been confirmed that multiple individuals that are actually, in my opinion, have voted as absentee because they weren't present at the time that they voted. And I just feel like them voting outside is an absentee vote, which is against our bylaws. When I questioned them, they said they didn't know it was against our bylaws, and they weren't given any instructions that they couldn't do that or that that was against our bylaws. In light of this, I just feel as if this calls into question the integrity of this election, and I just feel a responsibility to speak out and just say what I
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
We have something over here. Nobody? Okay. Okay, I think we're just waiting for the resolution. I think we are about...
Point of personal privilege.
Okay, where am I? Oh, there we are. Go on.
Good afternoon. Tyler Smith, Salt Lake City 059. I just wanted to address everyone today. I'm 24 years old. I'm squarely within Gen X. And as I'm looking around, I'm seeing that the majority of people here are my seniors. And I want to thank you all for your guidance and acknowledge your experiences. But I think there's something that we need to address. Our country right now is at the precipice. 2024 is going to be a turning point for our country. And with the elections being fortified, domestic terrorists in Antifa and in the form of transgender shooting up Christian schools, we are now more than ever facing an existential threat against the American way of life. Without having all of us here being strong, fierce advocates, both within the party and outside of the party, our future faces an extreme challenge. We have the disadvantage of being on the back foot. Our enemies, the communists, the Marxists, the socialists, they already know. They know we're at war. We're on the back foot. We have to regain lost ground within the culture and within politics. If we don't fight, it's going to be my generation and my children that are suffering the consequences. So again, I want to thank all of the seniors for leading our party throughout the years and ask for your continued guidance as we face this existential threat.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. If anybody paid attention to the last election, you'll notice a place we really got our butts handed to us, and that was 18 to 35-year-olds. That was a place we struggled extremely bad in 2022. And so, that being said, we as Republicans have the answers. We know that. We know that our policies, look at the world right now. Like him or hate him, President Trump had some of the greatest policies that we've seen in a long time. It did not take the adults in the room very long. I remember, I'm old enough to remember when the Democrats said, elect us, and the adults will be back in the White House. I don't know about you, but it sure don't feel like the adults are in the White House. It feels like I left my kids in the drawing room, and they've got crayons coloring all over the walls. And you come back and you're like, it was just clean a minute ago. What have you done?
Test.
I feel like that right now. And so it has never been more imperative that we learn how to vocalize our arguments and how we learn to articulate what it is we say, because we have the right answers. With free market capitalism and the things we believe in, we have the right answers. We just have to be able to articulate them in a way that this younger generation can digest them. Because, like it or not, we are in a place where the Democrats beat us on almost every front. They send kids to colleges, universities. We can call them indoctrination camps often, but they come out hating the Republican Party and hating the principles that made this country great. And the principles that made this country great are what will continue to take us into the future. So to his point, he is absolutely correct. It's time we learn to articulate and we drive this home to this younger generation so we can continue to bring voters to the party because of the principles and the policy that make it great.
Right here, buddy. Oh, wow, what an amazing speech. I'd like to make sure no one leaves, okay? Name and county, Andrew Young, Brigham Young's great-great-grandson, don't forget it. All right? Alpine AL03, no one leave, all right?
Yeah.
This is a strategy that's happened. They're gonna ask for a quorum. I'll bet $1,000 they're gonna ask for a quorum, all right? They're gonna try to get you so you can't vote on the most important parts coming up. Don't leave, ask your neighbors to come. Let's move it on, Carson, let's shut up and let's move it on to the resolutions,
We're just
all right?
waiting on one right here. Help desk on that side, are you guys clear? You guys good over there? Everybody over here? You guys clear? Anybody at the help desk, you good? Okay. Josh, what about you? You clear on this side? Everybody good? That being said, balloting is officially closed. Let's get on to the resolution.
Mr. Chairman.
Go.
Point of
Mr.
privilege,
Chairman.
George Zinn, Salt Lake, SL 50. We have not heard anything from the RNC area of the convention. I see Bruce Huff down there, and I think we need to have a report from the Republican National Committee.
Let's get through this resolution because everybody's getting real antsy, and then I don't want to subject Bruce to that right now.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Nathan Ricks, Salt Lake County. I move pursuant to Rule G4 that we consider the resolution entitled Resolution in Support of the Utah County Republican Party's Nomination Process first.
No!
Can we just hurry and vote on it? To change the order, it would take a majority vote here. So what he's proposing is we move Resolution 2 in front of Resolution 1.
No second.
Is there a second?
No.
Hearing no second, we'll continue on with the way it is. Okay, we are on to Resolution 1. The chair recognizes Brandon Beckham, the sponsor of the resolution, titled Resolution to Support the Utah Flag, to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I seconded it. You didn't hear me.
Okay, but he can speak to it. Oh, you say?
I seconded it.
Okay, just 1 second.
No.
We've moved on. There was no objection. We've moved on.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, to them. We got to remind everybody, as per the rules, decorum, as per the rules, flags and signs are not allowed in or near the staging area, so make sure we put those away. We've enforced that throughout the years. Let's continue to enforce that. It's in the rules we adopted in the beginning. Okay, that being said, resolution in support of the flag. Mr. Beckham, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the resolution in support of the Utah flag as was originally went out with the official call.
Thank you.
Can I have some time to speak on it?
Second.
Okay, second. It's been made and seconded. Back to you for introduction.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I am actually really sad to be here right now that I have to come here and fight for the Utah flag. I'm a Republican, and everybody in here is Republican. We appreciate our history, our values, our traditions and principles. I never dreamed I'd be here for this moment. But with that being said, here we are. And we have a resolution that is actually well thought out. It is collaborative. We talked to people all around the state, and everyone thought it was pretty agreeable. And just to speak to that, we've had over 140 delegates now co-sponsoring this resolution. So I think that speaks to some collaborative effort. I also would like to thank those delegates who reached out and sponsored this. I also like to thank Spencer Cox, Governor Spencer Cox, for actually giving his support to this resolution with an interview he did with KSL a couple of days ago. So thank you, Governor. This resolution, let me just state what this resolution is not. It's not an attack on our legislators. It's not an attack on those or elected officials who made this law. But what it is a sentiment that we believe in our history, and it should stay. We support our flag. We didn't want it to change. We also believe that our forebears should be honored by keeping it the original state flag of Utah. And with that, I ask for your support with this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Okay, point of information. Let's go over here.
I'm nervous as I'll get out, so bear with me.
That's all right.
I'm
Name
Marie
and county.
White, Salt Lake County 020.
And what's your
Sandy.
name?
Marie White.
Perfect.
I am an Air Force veteran. My husband is a Marine veteran. I didn't even go to school until I was 48, and I teach 6th grade.
Okay, what's your
love
question?
it. My point information is I wanted an opportunity to read something about the flag that I think we need to hear. I'm an educator. I'm here to educate.
So that would be an argument in favor of?
Yes.
Okay, so we need somebody to speak against it first, and then we'll come back to you. So I need somebody to speak against the resolution. Go ahead. Name and county.
Yeah, my name is Brian Anderson. I'm in Utah County, Lehigh 311. I would like to support the resolution. Given the recent referendum drive and the 50,000 signatures, and I believe if we weren't so blessed with the moisture we were praying for, it would have been much higher, that it is apparent that it's important to listen to and directly address the concerns of those who are signing. The resolution is a continuation of this effort, and reading the text as is, I think it demonstrates a very reasonable anxiety regarding our preserving and honoring of our heritage. But unfortunately, I cannot support the resolution as it is written because it contains a few elements I can't support, namely insinuations of malice and a negative tone, some inaccurate claims, and poor positioning of our party for going forward. I don't think we can go forward on this issue by maligning a significant portion of our party. We know what history erasure looks like. It occurs when activists are spreading lies about our history and insist that it's too offensive to preserve, but every person in this room, I believe, cherishes our heritage and is committed to preserve it. The resolution suggests that that through SB 31 that we are participating in a nationwide movement of history erasure and removing symbols, but nobody involved in SB 31 finds our historic flag offensive. Instead, we are preserving it in law for the first time with an image definition, and the governor has issued an executive order to enshrine a dignified, continuous role for the flag moving in perpetuity. We all cherish our flag. We cherish our history. We are not erasing our history, but adding to it. Our new state flag is now a part of our story. It is 100% Utah, and we should not insist on erasing it either.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, now we're back over to you.
Yes, I have 2 minutes. Is that what you said?
Yep, please state your name and county one more time.
Okay, Marie White, Sandy 020.
Thank you, go ahead.
Okay, as I said, I'm an educator. I teach 6th grade. My husband and I have raised 12 children, and we're expecting our 17th grandchild in September. Yeah, and I just want to share that neither of us were born here in Utah. We are here by choice. And because we love this nation and we love our country, my classroom, love it or not, is called the White House, only we do it right. Because my last name's White, and my kids, I teach them about the U.S. flag and the importance. Now I'm teaching them about our flag, and I wanted to read this. Anybody can get this on the internet, but I think we all need to hear it. It says, a bald eagle, the national bird of the United States, represents the safety of America. The arrows in the talons of the eagle represent courage in war. The Sega lily, the Utah state flower, represents peace. The state motto, industry, represents progress, hard work, and community, as does the emblem of the beehive, which is also a traditional Mormon symbol. Crossed Union flag shows Utah's support and commitment to the United States. The name Utah appears underneath the beehive. The date, 1847, represents the year Brigham Young led the first Mormons into the state. The year listed below, that 1896, represents the year that Utah was admitted to the Union.
20 seconds.
The gold around the state seal represents eternal order. The shield underneath the bald eagle represents common defense in the military. The design was meant to represent Utah, period.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else against? I'm looking for one against. Let's go here.
No.
Okay, argument against.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Ricks, Salt Lake County. This has been the moment that we'd all been waiting for. I, too, am a fifth great-grandson of Brigham Young through his first wife, who died while he was still living in Vermont. My duty to my colleagues here assembled compels me to offer up for their consideration certain facts that have been downplayed or outright ignored. First, the flag was designed by Mark Brooks, not the progressive flag producer from Illinois. The Flag Commission was formed 2 years before he gave his TEDx talk at USU. He is trying to take credit for years of hard work performed by his betters and is esteemable only to a lucky village idiot. Second, the public was aware and consulted. The stories were carried by KVNU, KNRS, Fox 13, Cache Valley Daily, KSL, KUTV, ABC4, the Deseret News, and many more stations and papers. There were more than 7,000 theme ideas and submissions, not to mention hundreds of thousands of social media interactions. Mr. Chairman, you once lamented this party as dysfunctional, possessing factions, quote, trying to kill each other. This flag issue is one such issue being used as a litmus test to cause that faction to sort true Republicans from rhinos, and is producing some serious false positives. These are just a few of those who have been defamed as Benedict Arnolds, the representative from South Jordan, who sponsored the act empowering candidates here at this convention to be nominated with overwhelming convention support and skip a primary. The representative from Morgan, who passed legislation to protect women's sports from the cult of wokeism. The gentlelady from Harriman, who passed several bills fighting the CCP's long arm as it reaches for us here in Utah. The freshman senator from Brigham City and co-sponsor of the ban on vaccine passports. The gentleman from Riverton, who authored Utah's pro-life trigger law, stand your ground law, and property tax reform. Even our senior senator, who was so recently and so warmly received by this convention, wrote an op-ed in Deseret News in favor of the new flag. Is he now a persona non grata rhino? Please forgive me if my animation seems to be agitation.
5 seconds.
My point is this: the flag is not a partisan issue, it's a matter of precedence, and the law recognizes the flag that suits those preferences. If you believe it is possible to be a Republican and for SB 51, vote no.
All right, thank you. Okay, we got 2 minutes left. We're going to go one more in favor. We're going to go there.
Chad G. Saunders, Jenny 8675309. Okay, really, Tooele SP 10.
You've got 1:50 seconds. Make your case.
As a teen growing up in the 80s in the Moses Lake, Washington area, I had the privilege of having Fred Paul as a history teacher, civics teacher, and Washington State history teacher. Mr. Paul had a quote by George Santayana written on construction paper above the chalkboard behind his lectern. The quote stated, "If a man does not remember his history, he is condemned to repeat it." I stand before you today, a man haunted by those words. Why am I haunted? Because I see us as Utahns and Republicans on the verge of erasing our history. I know many don't see it that way, but I'm sorry, they're wrong. By relegating our Utah state flag to a secondary role, and like it or not, that is what is being done, we are forgetting our history. We are doing the exact same thing the city and state of New York did when they removed the statue of another Republican, Teddy Roosevelt, from in front of the Museum of Natural History. We are trying to hide pieces of our past and convert the narrative of the past in an effort to curry favor and acceptance from others. All done in the name of aesthetics, comfort, and marketing. That is not what Republicans or Utahns do, sir. What we do is we teach, we discuss, and we educate. We don't adjust the facts to fit the audience of the day.
20 seconds.
The second goal of this resolution is to inspire some who represent us to reconsider the steps that have been taken, to streamline our history. With a solid yes vote on this resolution, we speak to them in a clear and unified voice, and we say,
5
protect
seconds.
and nurture our history so those who follow us are not condemned to repeat it.
Time.
I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. All right, that has concluded our 10 minutes. The question does not have to be called because we have concluded our 10-minute time limit for debate. We are now to the vote, correct? Majority vote on the resolution itself. So resolution 1 for today. Everybody got your credentials where we can see them. All right, we've been through the discussion, we've been through it all, we've elapsed our time, and now is the time to vote. So those in favor of adopting resolution 1, resolution in support of the Utah flag, please raise your credential. All right, put them down. Anybody opposed? Please raise your credential. The ayes have it, ladies and gentlemen. Resolution 1 is adopted. Thank you very much. Do we have, let us see if we have election results. If not, we will continue on. Josh, anything yet? Yeah, let's give it. We got 10 minutes. Let's get this done, and you'll have to wait till the end to get results, so you got to stick around. Resolution number 2, resolution in support of the Utah Republican Party's nominating process. Paul Mackley is the sponsor. So is Paul out there?
Right here.
All right.
Chairman.
The chair recognizes Paul Mackley to move his resolution.
Thank you, Weber County. This has been interesting. Last
So
year.
move it for us. We'll get a second, then you can speak to it.
Go ahead. Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Let's go. Speak to it. You got 2 minutes.
There's some history on this. Last year I was at the convention. We interacted with the delegates, and it was really a really big movement. I made a comment at the end, and I'm following through on my promise. You're going to receive an email from me, overturn Senate Bill 54 for Utah. So hopefully you got that. Thank you. So now, briefly, up until 2014, Senate Bill 54, delegates were able to effectively vet the very best Republican candidates in a nominating convention. They were authorized by their neighbors who elected them to study the issues, read over the literature, and have face-to-face discussions with the candidates. The delegates attended the convention, gave up a Saturday, and were able to effectively vet the very best Republican candidates and vote for the candidates who would best represent the party, uphold the platform, and represent Republicans regarding relevant issues. As many of us know, Senate Bill 54 created a different method with the signature gathering route, changed fundamentally from 2014 now, our role with integrity to represent our neighbors and to be a voter to vet out the very best policies, rules, bylaws, and candidates. So I had an experience in our Weber County last year where this thing played out. We had 4 candidates, and the lowest vote getter, who had previously served as a mayor and a city council and demonstrated democratic tax and spend, land use issues. So it was pretty well known it was a Democratic style candidate. The lowest vote getter then was advanced in the primaries.
20 seconds.
Became our county commissioner. This is a way to send a message to our legislature. They've done a lot of good to take a more bold approach, kind of like Ron DeSantis. Get the voting power back to the people who make good government. Trust the delegates, 4,000 strong. Show respect for the delegates. And just like Roe versus Wade, that was overturned. Senate Bill 54 will be overturned in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Point of information.
All right, we need somebody to speak against.
Point of information.
Okay, point of information. Let's go there.
Kimball Willard, STG 21, Washington County. Second to last line finishes up in the bill. Will support nominees chosen by its grassroots delegates and not support other candidates. If this goes through under the current language, what happens to the relationship with the party and current political members that gathered signatures, specifically what happens with Mike Lee.
Okay, here we go. So, just so you know, everybody in here is aware, this is non-binding. This is a resolution, so nothing in this is binding of the party. The people who can make that change has to come through the SEC and or be revoted on here again next year. So this is a resolution stating what you believe. This is a non-binding contract in that respect.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair,
much.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Okay, point of personal privilege.
All right. I, like many of you, am old enough to remember how this whole rigmarole got started. It got started in 2008.
Time out. Are we talking about this specifically?
Yes.
So are you for or against it? So it wouldn't be
I'm for it.
Okay, so I need one against it
Mr.
first,
Chair.
and then we'll come back to you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So.
Are you against, Kurt?
Yes, I'll speak
Okay.
against.
Go ahead.
So
Name
this
and
is
county.
Kirby Glad from Utah County. This has one problem. If we leave here believing that we voted for this and that solves our problem, it will not solve the problem because the problem is not in the legislature, the problem is in us. So let me explain how that works. 10 years ago, we have the convention system to keep wealth and influence out of our elections. 10 years ago, a group of wealthy and influential candidates realized that they could buy more elections in Utah if they didn't have the caucus and convention system, obviously. So they began a referendum. The referendum was to completely remove the convention system entirely. And every possible survey that was done, including a survey done by my own county of people who had attended the caucus, all would vote for an open primary rather than the caucus system. So the fault was not the electors, the legislators, who got together and came up with this compromise bill that allowed both systems, which became SB 64. The problem was our problem because we, as a party, we did not teach the voters of the benefits of the caucus and convention system. So while I'm asking us to do is to leave here asking yourself, however you vote on this, ask yourself, what do I need to do in my neighborhood, in my precinct, in my county, to teach the voters the importance. If we could teach them the importance of having the nomination vote from the Republican Party, then candidates would not even need to gather signatures. It would be all over by then. And teaching the electorate and giving the value of our party and the value of our brand, that is how we make the caucus great again.
Great, thank you. Time. All right, now we'll go back over here. Name and county.
All right, Zach Stuckey, Washington County, SDG 38, and I am not a grandson of Brigham Young. Now, I am old enough, like I said, to remember how all of this got started. This got started partially because of moneyed interests, yes, but it had legs because people felt like they weren't being heard by us, the body. So one thing that I would recommend moving forward, although I support the resolution, is that we recognize that we have to do something better than just go back to the way it was. We have to move forward and give people a sense of enfranchisement. To that end, I recommend that we put in a clause that says you have to reach a 2/3 majority in convention. If that happens, then you are no longer allowed to pass through the signature route. And the second part is that, and I just blanked on it. Oh, this is it. No paid signature gathering. No paid signature gathering. Volunteers only. I yield my time.
Thank you. Frugal with your time.
Mr.
Is there
Chairman.
anybody against to speak against? Okay, let's go over here. Speaking against. Name and county, please.
Angie Carter, Utah County. My point, and I know you're going to boo me for this, so save it. I am a moderate Republican in this party. You would call me a rhino. And I'm one of the people that have felt unheard by the delegates. I am now a delegate, but in most of these races, I vote with 30% that ends up losing, but those very people end up getting 50 or 60% in the primary. We are actually not voting what our people want. And we need to either keep SB 54 or we need to do a better job of representing our districts.
Thank you.
Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
anybody else in favor?
Mr.
Let's
Chairman.
go here.
James Mackley from Weber County. So this resolution needs to be passed. Not that we understand it's going to solve the problem immediately, but this is going to start our party on the path to solve the problem through talking to our legislators. And you are the people who are going to start it today. So I invite you to vote with us in favor of this now. And at this time, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Question has been called.
Point of information, just
Okay,
to.
point of information, go ahead.
Jody Strader, Magna 13. I don't know, but I thought that you shut down the vote, and I've been seeing the numbers climb, so I don't know.
It closed a long time ago. Like I say, we haven't unboxed the ballots yet. Okay, we're moving on here. Let's, okay, the question has been called, so we don't have to, do we have to end debate?
Needs a second. Second.
Okay, so here's what we can do. We can either have one more person speak against it for a minute and a half, or we can vote on it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to vote to end debate. So all those in favor of ending debate on this resolution, we're just ending debate. All in favor of ending debate, raise your credential. Okay, you can put them down. All those opposed to ending debate, please do the same. Hey, the ayes have it. Okay. So that being said, we are on to vote on resolution number 2. So those in favor of the adoption of resolution number 2, resolution in support of the Utah Republican Party's nominating process, please raise your credential. Okay, you can put them down. Those opposed to the adoption of resolution 2, please raise your credential. The ayes have it and the resolution has been adopted. Okay. Okay. Josh, we have numbers. Are you ready to hit the unbox button? Oh, is this the final results? Okay. We have results, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, and a nail biter. Okay. For the secretary's race for the Utah Republican Party 2023, it is Stafford Palmieri with 1,179 votes at 57.4%, and Olivia Dawn with 876 votes at 42.6%. Stafford Palmieri is the winner in that race. Thank you very much. What? Whenever you are. Okay, he doesn't need a microphone. The motion has been made to adjourn. Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you all. Have a great day.